Recording in progress.
Honorable members, good morning and welcome to the meeting. Good morning, Honorable Sangoni.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Ntuli.
Honorable Ntuli will join us late. Chairperson, he's just finishing off a meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Ngola. Good morning, Honorable Sokanyile. Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Cameron. Good morning, Honorable Alabanat.
Chair, sorry, Honorable Carla Barnard is at the doctor. She will join us a little later. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chopper.
I think the Honorable Klopper is on a flight, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Nombalo. Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyakulotshisa mgcini sihlalo ngisalarekile ukuthi ukoma uthoma nge-DA ngoba after uthome ngo-African National Congress uzakithi namhlanje uyangirara. I'm still surprised why you went straight to the DA, but ngiyanilotshisa malunga webethamthetho eseparlament ephezulu.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Good morning, Chair. Honorable Nomvalo will be joining not so long, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Malema.
Chair, good morning. Honorable Malema will join us. We're just wrapping up a meeting at headquarters and he will log in.
Good morning, Honorable Matthijs.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Mwango. Good morning, Honorable Sols. Good morning, Honorable Vessels.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Advocate Arensen.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, colleagues.
Good morning, Mr. Tejana.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Dr. Tuli.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Bonani, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning to the entire staff of Parliament and staff of political caucuses, and good morning to the members of the media. Can I rotate and hear if we have apologies for the purpose of recording them? The African National Congress.
Good morning, Chair. Once again, good morning, honorable members. The only apology we have is from the Chief Whip, who will join us as soon as he's done with the meeting that he was chairing this morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The MKP.
I've already greeted you, Chair.
Do you have apologies that you want to record?
Oh, no, sorry, Chair. I couldn't get an yellow network. Honorable Novalo will be joining. Was struggling with network for a while, but he'll be joining. I think he's joined, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, no, he'll join, Chair. That was my apology.
The DA.
Sorry, Chair, what was that? I kind of lost you.
Do you have apologies that you want to record?
Yes, Chair. I said Klopper is on a flight. Barnard is at the doctor and will join late. I don't know where Cameron is. I'll phone him now and remind him to join.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Malema will join us as soon as we wrap up a meeting at headquarters.
The IFP. Bonani, do we have an apology from the IFP?
Chairperson, they have not communicated.
The PA. Do we have an apology from the PA, Bonani?
Chair, nothing at the moment.
The FF plus. Do we have any
apologies.
apology, Honorable Vessels?
No apology, thank you, Chair.
Action SA. Do we have any apology, Honorable James?
No apology, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, honorable members. You are welcome. We are going to start with the meeting. Can we fly the agenda, Bonani, on the screen for the purpose of input and adoption?
Chairperson, I think you're muted.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The agenda is on the screen. It is proposed, as you see it there, the next item should be the scheduling of witnesses from tomorrow until Friday this week. And I have been told that on Thursday there is a sitting of Parliament at I think at 2 o'clock. Members will be expected to attend the sitting until 5 o'clock. So it means our proceedings on that day will have to end at 1 o'clock, adjourn at 1 and resume after 5. And the manner in which the program is being proposed, there are some witnesses that may not fit in this week schedule, and members may have to advise on what happens to those witnesses that may not be provided for this week. I think we have to decide the matter of Mr. Kumbe, decide the matter of Mr. Mlochwa, and the two other witnesses that we said one of them had to get approval from Home Affairs that she is in the country legally. So they may not appear on this week's schedule. So once the schedule is presented and members are informed who is coming and who is not coming this week, the members must then advise on how we deal with the matters of those specific witnesses whose names I mentioned. And then I think during the presentation of the item, the evidence leaders will also present an approach on how we are going to deal with the appearances of General Masemula and General Mkhwanazi, because it may not be possible to produce new statements for them. They have made statements with the committee. They will present a proposal on thematic areas that they will want to further probe with the two witnesses. And members will have to satisfy themselves that the themes that will be covered are the themes that cover some of the areas that members would want to have them raised with those two witnesses. Bonani, I'm no longer seeing the agenda. And then the next item will be a letter that we receive from the presidency after we send them questions. The letter has been circulated with the members. They are requesting to be given until the 16th of March to respond to the questions. The members will express themselves on that one. And then the drafting committee will also make a presentation to guide the committee to say, after you shall have concluded your hearings, this is what we propose as the way forward. And I think the other item that we had proposed was that one member had posted a statement purported to be coming from the University of South Africa about the legitimacy or the validity of the qualifications of Ms. Sarah J. Trent. But I saw this morning that there is another post that suggests that the statement was fake. I don't know if members will still want to pursue that. We will hear from members if they want to talk to that matter. And then the last will be the minutes. I think it's the last one, and the minutes, unless if there is still any other item after the minutes. So can I check with members if there are any items that they want to remove from the agenda, or any additional item that they are suggesting on the agenda?
Chair, my hand's raised. It's Leanne.
Honorable Mafeis.
Thank you, Chair. I would like us to get a report about the Speaker on whether the case has been opened against Paul O'Sullivan. We made that decision and resolved in last week's meeting, and we haven't had feedback. It's like now 7 days. And then also, we also haven't gotten an update on the report that we gave to the Speaker. I think it was in October, November last year about O'Sullivan threatening a witness. So we don't know, and we're about to conclude, and we don't know what action has been taken. So if we can add that to the agenda. Then also, Chair, if you'd remember that we had submitted, or you asked us to submit all the follow-ups that we need, particularly all people that we need writing or documents that we needed from various state institutions. So can we get an update on how far that is? And as we continue with hearings, there's also things that come up. So I think we must just have some mechanism outside of us raising it during proceedings to be able to send to the Secretariat to be able to follow up. Like there's things that came up last week that I think we should follow up with, because it's going to assist us when we are doing our deliberations. And it's not necessary to call a lot of witnesses, but we can ask them specific questions for them to be able to respond to. So I think that all falls part of those follow-up processes. I think we were doing it at the same time with the questions to the President. So if you could just, if we can put that on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tejana, I think you have noted those items on the opening of cases and the threats that Mr. O'Sullivan made to Mr. Nkabinde. Yeah. And then the next would be on the questions that members would have forwarded to the Secretariat, which should be passed on to state institutions that would have to respond to such questions in writing. Can I see if there are further hands? If there is anybody raising a hand, they can speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the agenda with those additions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Sangoni. Do I hear any seconder?
Seconder, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we move to the second item on the agenda? Advocate Arendse and Mr. Tejana on the schedule of witnesses this week.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues. Could the witness schedule please be flighted? Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the schedule appears from, or the list of witnesses appear from the schedule. So tomorrow we propose to call Honorable Adams first. You will recall that the committee members still have to ask questions of him. He has been led. And then to call Lieutenant General Sentumule, who had been scheduled previously but will now be slotted in tomorrow. On Wednesday, Lieutenant General Vuma and Mr. Chetty, who is a public participant who was there last week, but we've had to reschedule him to this week. And then on Thursday, we have General Masimola and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. But having heard you, Chair, about Thursday, that Parliament is sitting, I would propose that we call Lieutenant General Masemola, and hopefully we can conclude his evidence during the course of the morning. The evidence leaders perhaps take an hour or so to lead him on outstanding issues that have arisen during the course of evidence thus far from other witnesses, allegations, matters that he wishes to raise with the committee. And Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on Friday, which we then propose should be a full day. We will also lead his evidence, probably for 2-3 hours, and then the committee question him. You did raise it earlier, Honourable Chair, that it would be difficult to draft a further or a supplementary or an additional affidavit because of the issues that we will cover and traverse with these witnesses arising from the evidence. We had a long consultation with both the National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on Saturday, and they also prefer the approach which we've recommended, is that we will give them a list of items, of themes, of questions that we propose to raise with them and take them through. We will make that list available to honourable members of the committee so that you can also prepare your own questions. And obviously you're not restricted to that list. You may ask whatever other questions are relevant to the terms of reference, which we may not have covered or asked. So that is what we propose, Chair, for the week. Honourable members and Chair, you would also have noticed that the IGI, yeah, sorry, we're going to have to fit in. I see the names of the three public participants: Teenage Kumbe, Honest Nlotwa, Ms. Paulina Ramajoa, and Ms. Rapoto. They have to be accommodated. I'm not sure whether we can still do them in this week. We may have to spill over to the following week. I think we should do all three of them perhaps in one day, perhaps next week, Tuesday. The name that you would not see on the list is the name of the suspended Inspector General of Intelligence. He was scheduled to appear tomorrow. He had received written notice to appear. He is willing to appear. I've engaged on several occasions with his counsel in their preparation to draft an affidavit for us to consider. He is willing to appear. He has initiated the consultation process, which is required to do in terms of the Oversight Act with the President and the Minister. But those consultations have not been concluded, and in the circumstances, he is precluded from appearing, and we have therefore removed him from the list of witnesses. I'm not sure if Mr. Titiana has anything to add. My colleagues, I think I've asked, or I should ask for Ms. Mkhwanazi to be excused. She's busy consulting, and also Ms. Mkiwe would also want to be excused after we present this schedule. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tejana. Do you want to make any additions?
No, I've got nothing to add. Thanks very much.
Okay. Honorable members, for the purpose of discussions, I want us to break the issues in this way. From the presentation, there are 4 items that members must speak to. Item number 1 is that there is a schedule which is being proposed from tomorrow, which includes Mr. Honorable Adams and General Sintumule. And then on Wednesday, it includes General Vuma and Mr. Chetty. And then on Thursday, it includes General Masemula and General Mkhwanazi. And because there is going to be a sitting which will run until 5, then it means General Mkhwanazi can only appear on Friday. That is what members must amend or approve. Number 2, there is a suggestion that the other witnesses that have not been scheduled this week can appear next week, Tuesday, all of them on one day. Members may also help prove that. Number 3, there is a report of the IGI, which has been presented here, and then we want to hear what members are saying regarding that report, and maybe even before members discuss it, I want you to clarify it, the evidence leaders and Mr. Tejana, whether the IGI has shown you a letter that he is seeking approval from the president, because when a witness must appear before us, a witness who is a subject of intelligence or SSA regulations, the witness must get approval from the authorities, and it is the responsibility of the witness to apply for such approval. If we can check if that approval has been sought in writing. So those will be the issues that we were circulating before the members to talk to. The issue of the scheduling of the witnesses for this week, approval to have those other outstanding witnesses done next week, Tuesday, and the issue of the IGI, which has been presented here. Are we ready to start? Can we start with the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Chair, and my apologies. I think I missed the 4th item, so maybe when we get to that one, the Chair can guide me. Chair, on the schedule proposed, I don't think we have a problem with the recommendation as proposed. We don't have a problem with the recommendations. We've noted the request for Tuesday, which we are assuming is a final mop-up of those witnesses that were outstanding, that for various reasons we could not hear this week. Just to say that there seems to be a missing witness, though I don't know if this report has been given, and I keep missing it. The gentleman who had to go back to SSA to clarify whether he could appear before us. That witness seems to have just fallen off the radar. The three witnesses, if they are on one day on Tuesday next week, and it's the final one, Chair, I don't think we would have a problem. Chair, on the issue of the IGI, I don't think I'm quite getting the reasons. Is the Chair saying that the President and the Minister who were consulted have been refused? Because I seem to remember there may have been some discussions also with the Speaker and the Chair around this matter. So we were unable to take a position because we're not understanding exactly where the challenge seems to be, Chair. And we want to reiterate our position that it would be very important for the IGI to appear before the committee. Several witnesses, including Honorable Adams, have intimated that there's information that the AGI could provide, which would be quite helpful to the ad hoc committee. So we would just want further clarification. I'm sorry, Chair, the fourth issue, as I said, I didn't get.
Yeah, the fourth issue is the proposed approach on the presentation of evidence of General Master and General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, she's there.
No, we support that approach, Chair, especially when it as Advocate Arendse was saying, it does not limit the members only to those defined areas, and we can make additions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the point of the IGI, which the evidence leaders and Mr. Tejana may have to clarify, is for the IGI to appear before us, he must get approval of the relevant authority. So what I was checking with them is whether the IGI has indeed sought that approval. Do they have proof from his side that I wrote to the authorities that must approve my appearance before the ad hoc committee, so that when we discuss it with that understanding that he himself has applied for permission. If we can have that answered, evidence leaders.
Yeah, may I speak?
Yeah, yes, Advocate, you can.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've just received, and it has been sent to Vonani. This is a letter from the IGI dated the 9th of March, I think today's date, addressed to you, Honorable Chair. I refer to the notice dated 24 February 2026, directing me to appear before the ad hoc committee on 10 March 2026. As you are aware, Section 78B of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act 40 of 1994 requires me to consult with the President and the Minister responsible for the service in question before I can disclose classified information. After receiving your notice, I initiated the consultation process with the President and the Minister of Police. The Minister of Police is the responsible minister in this context because the information that is relevant to the ad hoc committee's terms of reference relates to the Crime Intelligence Division of the South African Police Services. Copies of my letters to the President and the Minister dated 25 February and 24 February respectively are attached. I've also attached the response received from the Minister of Police. I've not yet received any response from the President. Since the consultation process has not been concluded, I am not lawfully entitled to disclose the relevant classified information to the ad hoc committee or answer any questions that may be posed by members of the committee. On Friday, 6 March 2026, I received 2 letters from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence containing letters from the Minister in the Presidency and the Acting DG of the State Security Agency. Copies of these letters are also attached. It is clear that both the Minister and the Acting DG are opposed to me appearing before the committee at this stage. In the circumstances, I cannot appear before the committee until the consultation process with the President and the Minister of Police has been concluded. And these annexes are all attached, Honourable Chair, which I'm sure, with your leave, Vonani can copy the members of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think what we should do, honourable members, because the council has now confirmed and has made the documents available to Mr. Rahman. I will want us to take this item later in the meeting so that members can have enough time to read the letters. We will run with other items, and later when we are done, we can come back to talk to the item of the IGI. So let's continue to rotate the 3 items on the schedule and the proposal to conclude next week, and as well as the approach on the evidence of General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi on their second appearances, to hear if committee members agree with the approach that has been proposed in the meeting. And this matter of the IGI, we will deal with it later to allow members to go through the documents that would have been made available to them. Honorable Sangoni, do we still have any speaker from the ANC on the 3 items that are being discussed?
On the 3 items, I don't think so, Chair, except maybe to just put a rider that we are assuming that since the 2 witnesses are proposed, I don't know what to call them, the Lesotho connection, will assume that all necessary groundwork has been done to ascertain firstly the status of those witnesses, and I suppose the issues that had been raised with us around logistics. We're taking it as a given since they are given a date. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we wrote to Home Affairs. Remember the other witness is a South African who was in Lesotho up until the weekend. She should be coming back to South Africa, or she should have come back by now. And then the other one is a Lesotho national who is in South Africa currently, and we just have to check to confirm with Home Affairs that she's in the country legally. So we wrote to Home Affairs, their letter has been sent out. Do you still have any further comment?
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair.
Okay. The MKP.
Chair.
Hello?
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
There is somebody calling me. Is that Bonani?
Yeah, no, yeah, but then, yeah, I just wanted to add to the 2 witnesses as you said, we wrote to Home Affairs and we're expecting a response by tomorrow. And then the second lady or the second witness actually wants to come and support the other one from Lesotho. So they are not raising two separate matters. It's one issue, and I don't know if we should be inviting both of them or one, but maybe that is something that we can discuss at the meeting, Chair.
I think what is important is that their matter must be presented, because the committee has agreed that their matter must be presented. Whether they come, both of them or one of them comes, what is important is that the right person or the right persons must be before the committee. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. If I heard you well, you say the issue of the the IG will discuss it later. Am I right? The Inspector General matter, because for me,
you heard me correctly, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to hear your views on the three items that are being circulated.
No, yes, I agree.
Do you support?
I support that we'll discuss them later. Thank you.
No. There are three matters that are being discussed now on the schedule, which has been presented for this week, and the approach that the evidence leaders have presented.
Yes, I heard it very well, Chair. I heard you very well. Even if I have, as you said, that on Thursday, if I heard you well, that we're going to the session from 2 to 5, and come back, and perhaps finish with the witness. Yes, on the day, as you said, it might not be long, because your opening statement was that maybe there won't be any supplementary affidavit. So, for me, in terms of this public participation, hence this suit to end, you've done your job about Home Affairs, and now he just said that the other one is not going to testify. It's one matter. If it's one matter, maybe, but I foresee that we might go for next week, Tuesday. We might finish that instead of finishing on Friday. And for me, I think we must have that grace as well. Give ourselves that eventuality that we might not finish on Friday, we might finish on Tuesday, Chair. Thank you.
That is the proposal which is being made here, that committee members.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have another speaker from the MKP? Okay, the DA.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, I'm struggling with network. It's showing, Chair. I'm struggling with network, but I'll come on a better place. Can I apologize for that? When I get proper network, I'll engage with you so that I can speak.
Okay. The DA.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. Chair, we agree in principle. I think we just continue to caution that we don't run overtime again. We cannot afford another extension of any kind. But we're comfortable from on the proposal by the evidence leader and the team, as well as we'll engage later on specifically on the IGI. So we're comfortable with everything that's been proposed up to now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. On the witness scheduling, I think we are reaching, as we've proved over and over again, by scheduling, especially we have, I think it's former Lieutenant General Vuma, and I just don't have the list in front of me right now. along with, who was it scheduled with? I just can't see at the moment. So I think those high profile, I just need to grab my phone to look at it because it's not on the screen. But
Mr. Chetty.
yeah, we're really trying to do something that we're not going to be able to complete on the day, and we are at the last leg of our work, so we must not drop the ball and become clumsy about our work. I can see that many members here, the fourth thing is that we must just conclude whether we do so efficiently and effectively or not. And we keep going on and on about we can't afford another extension. And no one is recommending that we have another extension, but that can't be the first reason that comes forth after we've spent months of a lot of hard work, and towards the end we just become clumsy and conduct ourselves in a very clumsy way. So let us just schedule the witnesses like one per day, Chair, especially the high profilers and former generals. As you could see what happened last week, we thought we would finish sooner. A lot of information comes up, so let's just learn from what we need. So clearly we're going to have to take witnesses, some witnesses next week. I mean, there's no need, I think, at this point for us to be seeking an extension. It's just going to go into our period of deliberations. And I think deliberations are the easier part than making sure that we get thorough and proper information and do our inquiry, finish it as thoroughly as we possibly can. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mngango.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Now we are in agreement in respect of the three matters that actually have been, or that are currently under discussion, and the proposals that actually have emanated from that discussion. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Sauls.
Honorable Chair, thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, we disagree with the schedule as it relates specifically to the main witness, General Mkhwanazi. General Mkhwanazi has to be the very last witness, because even as the program or the schedule states there, the General Mkhwanazi is returning to respond to issues that witnesses has raised. So if we hear other witnesses' testimony after the last appearance of General Mkhwanazi, that's procedurally wrong. We should attempt to have all witnesses finish and then end with General Mkhwanazi. So I disagree with the schedule that he is before other witnesses. And then, of course, that last day must be dedicated in such a way that we, as we conclude, we have enough time to deal with matters and not restrict the time. I'm not saying we should go on forever, but we should not be restricted like we have been restricted all the other times when we do the last session with General Mkhwanazi. I don't have a problem with the approach that the evidence leaders wants to use. Like I said, as long as that condition that was expressed by the SC, that it doesn't necessarily restrict the committee members in terms of our questioning. And then on the two ladies, I'm very concerned about the approach of the staff led by yourself, Chairperson, on this issue. We have agreed as a committee that these witnesses will be heard. That's number one. Thereafter, after we've agreed, myself, I don't know these people. So I just handed them over to the staff. But they they copy me on their responses to the staff. But even though I see it, I don't involve myself because it's not, I'm just providing oversight. But I don't involve myself in the logistical arrangements and conversations. But I've been noticing as from then, it then developed from, there has been this posture to delay their appearance or not for them to appear. Every single time there's different reasons for why they should not appear. Now it is the one person, the one lady, of course, the one who is a South African, had to go for work to Lesotho, but she communicated to staff that she's willing and has then confirmed that the work agreed that she can come for one day to testify from Lesotho, come and testify. Then staff changed that arrangement. And instead of her coming from Lesotho to testify, she will now come when she returns. But when and she has no problem with that. It's actually much easier. But when she comes in, when she returns, this now affects our time. But my question is, why did the staff not push for that arrangement? Then a second reason then arises after the affidavits is shared on our group. I didn't see it. So Bonani came to me whilst we were at committee at the tea stand and he asked me, did you read the affidavit? I said, no. He says, no. I said to him, no, I didn't. He said, did you see that it's all about traditional healing, sangomas, and those kind of things? So it must be referred to other committees to check. So I couldn't comment because I didn't read. Then when I entered the meeting, Chair, you yourself then mentioned the same thing, that the material issues in the affidavits are of such a nature that it should rather be referred to legal and they will tell us whether we should hear it or not. And then I made a comment after reading now. And then I said that when I read, indeed, there is issues of sangomas. I don't know who Maweni is. And I said that the important thing for me is not about the issues of traditional healing. And we zoom into what are they saying about interference and defeating the ends of justice. That's where we zoom into. And the facts are that the one lady's husband was killed, was murdered, and 6 other people. And they are saying a case was opened, but for so many years, they've been in hiding, their lives are at risk, but police has not done anything. And that is the basis upon which this committee should hear their story. Now there's an issue of the one lady is a Lesotho national and Home Affairs must confirm whether she must be a legal citizen to come and testify of police interference. Well, I don't know the legalities about that. But the facts are she is married to the late husband who is a South African. And that South African has been murdered. The lady is not, the other one who is South African is not coming to support. She's a producer and apparently there was a show, and how she got involved in the case is on parts of the show, there is admission to involvement in this murder that they provided to the police. And so how she gets involved is she then becomes a witness, this producer. So she's not coming for moral support. She's coming to say, I've been a witness because we had the show, and the police, I've been in witness protection, but to date nothing has been done and their lives are still at risk after so many years. That's material to me as an outsider. I don't know them personally, but I'm trying to wrap my mind around why is the parliamentary staff or the committee staff having rather the approach of finding reasons for why they should not come than reasons for why they should come. Secondly, the second witness, the third witness, okay, but it's the second case. The sergeant, is it Molotswa? This sergeant, when he heard the testimony of
Ket Matlala to say that a bribe was offered for him to withdraw the case that he made against General Mkhwanazi. It's a huge allegation. He comes and he says he's that person that Ket Matlala came to. It makes sense for the committee to hear that and test that allegation. It doesn't mean he's speaking the truth, but our approach is we are investigating. So he must come. The gentleman says, and he's copied me to his emails to Bonani, the parliamentary, the committee staff. They haven't communicated with him. He is frustrated. He's asking the latest message, email that I've been copied on, says, good day, as per our last conversation on WhatsApp, this is to Bonani, you've promised to send me a confirmation of my appearance before the committee on Thursday, before lunch, and today it's Sunday, still nothing on my email. Please update me because last week Thursday when I called you, I was already in Pretoria and planned my week. I don't mind paying for my own flight tickets as long as I'm going to present my evidence. Now, is this not the kind of posture we want from the public and from witnesses? Why are we frustrating the process for them? So I don't understand, Chair. Then I must be honest with you. I shared a TikTok video on the group the last time where, Chair, you were interviewed and you said, I quote, the government is run by the mafia. Actually, here's the quote, the mafia has become the government. Now, as the chairperson, you make a statement like that, we have not concluded our processes, but you have a conclusion. Now, when I didn't take it serious then, but I shared it as a concern on the group, there was no response. But now when I look at that, and I look at how we are handling these witnesses, I'm beginning to question whether you are impartial together with the parliamentary staff. We should ensure that there's no perception that we have taken aside in this committee. We must hear everybody. And now we've agreed that these three witnesses are coming. We've agreed, on the record is there. We must not look for reasons why they shouldn't come. We should look for reasons why we should bring them. And we should bring them before the last witness. So that's my submission, Chair, and my concern towards statements you've made publicly and that linked to now the perception by how the staff is relating to these other witnesses. We should work hard to bring those witnesses before our main witness comes back, because there's material issues that if we interrogate them, we should find clarity from General Mkhwanazi, whether it's true or not. That's most the process that we are following here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I support all three proposals and no further inputs. Thank you very much.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I support all three proposals. The only thing that I also would like to support is the fact that we do ensure that General Mkhwanazi comes at the very end, the last person to come and answer. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to do this, honorable members. There are two proposals here. One is that General Mkhwanazi must come at the very end. If he comes at the very end, it means he will not come on Friday. He will have to come on Tuesday next week. And then secondly, that Mr. Chetty may not have to appear on Wednesday, given the profile of the witness that will be appearing on on Wednesday, that is general form. So it means the two proposals which we were circulating is that General Mkhwanazi appear next week, and whether members agree that Chetty must not appear on Wednesday with general form. But before I circulate this, Honorable Sols is right that what he saw on the video that is circulating, the chairperson of the committee saying that government is run by the mafia. And what the chairperson was saying there, if you listen to that video, the chair was quoting a statement that was made by a judge in Italy in 1870, the judge of Palermo, Diego Tajani, which says the mafia is not dangerous. The mafia is not invincible. What makes the mafia invincible and dangerous is that the mafia has become the government. So when people do TikTok and other things, they will decide to cut what they want to cut and circulate because they have their own agenda that they want to drive. That is why the context is always very important when we come across such a material from the social media and we circulate it. The committee has agreed on the witnesses that Honorable Sols talks about. And we will have to focus ourselves on matters that pertain our terms of reference. So I don't think that we should debate the relevance of the affidavits of the witnesses. The witnesses will appear before the committee. If we agree that we move them from Tuesday to Friday, they will appear before this committee on Friday. And the committee will decide whether the evidence they present before it speak to their terms of reference or not. Whether it's Mlotshwa or the Lesotho national or the South African who was in Lesotho, let them appear before the committee. There will not even be any effort to block either of them from appearing before this committee. Those witnesses did not even submit did not even make their submissions before the 31st of October. But the committee still said, no, we hear the merit of their case and we give them condonation. So there is no way they will not appear before us. They will appear before us. If it is not on this Friday, it will be on the date that the committee would have decided. And furthermore, we are right that we must confirm that the Lesotho national who is in the country is legal. If she is married to a South African husband who is late, unfortunately, may his soul rest in peace, Home Affairs will confirm that. And that is not a reason to delay the appearance, but is to make sure that the committee does its work in compliance with the laws of the country, especially immigration laws, which we have received very abrasive criticism on how South African borders are porous, on how government is handling immigration issues. So it will be very, very controversial for us as a committee, with our eyes open, to decide to bring a foreign national without confirming that the person is indeed in the country legally. So let's go through that exercise no matter how laborious it may be, but let's satisfy ourselves that the witness that must appear before us is in the country legally. And the second witness that must also appear, we state it here, whether she appears or she does not appear, we want the case of those people to be presented before the committee. And if she is a witness of substance, let her appear before the committee, come and present what she knows, the evidence she has, and the committee will listen to it. But the witness was not in Lesotho for work. The witness was in Lesotho for an event which is called the King Moshoeshoe Walk, which ended on Friday or over the weekend. So the witness should be back in the country and should appear before the committee. So with that said, honorable members, let me circulate and hear if you agree with the proposal that General Mkhwanazi must not appear. Hello?
Chairperson, before we go over to that, I think it
Honorable
is,
Sol.
yeah, Chair, it's important that, as you say, I do agree with context. Even on this matter, there should be context. On the issue of the clip, remember when I sent it, it was then important, because that was seeking for context. It was then important for Chair to explain the context. Even now, I think it would be good if Chair also do a statement that says this thing that is circulating, put it in context, because it can be misinterpreted that you have made a conclusion before we've concluded our work, so that we control that narrative. On the issue of those two ladies, the one lady went to Lesotho for work. She has a contract with the organizers of that event and some international people. And so it was for work. She didn't go for leisure or anything like that. And that's the reason why she had to get permission to come, and she got the permission to come and witness or to come and appear. And then with regard to the confirming whether she's the witness is a South African national, the immigration status, I definitely agree that we must confirm her immigration status. No problem with that. But I'm saying it should not become reason that hampers the appearance. Because contextually, after the committee has given condemnation, that should have been a done issue. But post the condemnation been given, this item has been continuously raised as to should they appear or not. Ultimately, the question became their affidavits, because of the format, it should be sent to legal to decide. But we've already decided. I'm saying contextually, some of these things becomes reasons why it is delayed, but our posture to it should be different. So contextually, I am not saying we're refusing. I'm saying these things that we are doing, we should posture ourselves to find ways and reasons for us to get them to testify before the committee so that we can do our work to try and get to the truth. And that's all the only point I'm making, Chairperson. Contextually, so thank you.
Yeah. No, honorable member, you and I are not differing in terms of understanding. What we are saying here is that we are reaffirming that the witnesses are the decision of the committee, and the witnesses will definitely appear before the committee no matter what. So there is no problem, Honorable Souls. We 100% agree that the witnesses must come and appear before us. So let's allow those processes to be concluded, and hopefully by Friday, the witnesses should be ready to appear before us. Can we rotate, honorable members? The African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the African National Congress, we have no problem in principle with General Mkhwanazi appearing last. I think that was the understanding based on the reasons why he's called to appear. But we do want to say, Chair, that we would support the moving of the hearing of General Mkhwanazi to Tuesday and the 3 witnesses to Friday on condition that they are available. I'm saying that because scheduling has been a problem, and I'm assuming that we are given this schedule and it's been a confirmed schedule with all witnesses. Now, in the event that either General Mkhwanazi is not able to make it on Tuesday or the witnesses are not able to make it on Wednesday, then we do think that we should keep the schedule as it is and not have to now try and find new dates when we've already agreed. And we say this, Chair, also because for 2 reasons. One, General Mkhwanazi is the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, while I would not have had a chance to go through all of the witness statements, I'm not sure if any of those witnesses are necessarily implicating him or his team, that he personally, as a Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, must respond. And secondly, Chair, where there are issues such as the story that Honorable Souls was narrating with regards to the essence of the case that the witness wants to place before the ad hoc committee, we do still maintain that the ad hoc committee is not the BL and all. If somebody has been frustrated, it is also a matter that the police portfolio committee can follow on their behalf. So it would not necessarily mean that Parliament does not give an ear to that witness in the event, as we said, that the scheduling does not permit. So I suppose our support is conditional on that matter. And the other issue, Chair, that I want to raise is to really truly appeal and discourage Honourable Souls from casting aspersions on the chairperson as well as the parliamentary staff. We are in the last lap of this committee, and I think that all members, the chair and the staff have really deported themselves in a manner that has shown impartiality, objectivity, and it would be really unfortunate if at this point of the process now we want to question people's bona fides. We accept the explanation that has been given by the chairperson with regards to the delays in getting those witnesses, and we trust that the parliamentary staff will also do what they need to do with regards to Mr. Mlota if there are still any outstanding issues in that regard. Chairperson, on the minister or on the matter of Mr. Chetty, again, we take the same posture. If on the days that we have agreed to, we're able to then have Mr. Chetty appear, by all means, let us do that, but not to start opening up now for other days of hearings. I think as the ANC, we would be prepared to stay late to finish like we did last week, rather than seeking to extend the days. And this change because there's a lot of work that needs to go into the report. And our extension gives minimal time even for that report to be considered, deliberated on by the committee. And we are quite opposed to any additional days beyond the 1 day next week that has already been agreed to. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure if Honorable Mola wants to add. Thank you, Chair.
No, I'm covered, Chair.
Honorable Sanguni, what are you saying on the matter of Mr. Chetty?
Chairperson, Mr. Chetty, we spoke about it and we said we agree to him being moved on the proviso that we're able to accommodate him within the days that the committee has already agreed to. If him being moved to another date means that we must now find an additional date, then we are opposed to it and we would rather continue on the same day with Lieutenant General, I think it was Sentamulo or Vuma, I'm not sure, I do apologize, that he had rescheduled.
General Vuma.
Yes,
General Sentamulo is appearing tomorrow with Honorable Adams.
Yes,
and,
yes.
General Vuma is appearing on Wednesday with Mr. Chetty. So you are saying that the schedule must stay as it is proposed.
Yes, Chair. Unless there are any open spaces, witnesses drop off, but otherwise we think that we should keep the schedule as is and rather work late until you ensure that we complete that, Chairperson. Thank you.
And we go for a long night on Wednesday.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to persuade members not to go into the details of the witness statements. It has not been our convention here to discuss the details of the witness statements. Let's just agree that the witnesses will appear and the evidence leaders will deal with their evidence and produce affidavits where necessary. And where witnesses are public submission witnesses, they will come and their statements will be made available to the committee members. The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. For me, I differ, Chair, because I know we have been embarrassed, many times about the scheduling of witnesses in the same day. And then, and if one has to read again what General Vuma has submitted to us, I can tell you now, Chair, that we are not going to have two witnesses on the day. It's impossible. Otherwise, we'll be told by you to say, you give us, people must raise their hands. How many minutes do you need? I think we have to be fair and stick to the way we were doing things, and give them the opportunity, any witness who's coming on the day. We'd rather extend with another day, 2 days or so, because the Secretariat as well will have to check with General Mkhwanazi whether it's available on Tuesday next week or not. But for me, an extra 2 days, the sun won't go down. If the 1 day, yes, but we should not say it's only 1 day. So if it's not available on Tuesday, then what? But for me, from Mkhonto Isizwe Party, I guess that the issue of scheduling witnesses and thinking that it's going to be possible on Wednesday to have General Vuma and Chetty on the same day, I can tell you for free, Chair, we are going to be embarrassed, because we might even end up with General Vuma at that, around 10 in the evening or 8 in the evening. What are we going to do? Are we going to rush things or what? Because if we do a rush, we are not doing justice to the witnesses who submitted their affidavit to us. So let's not, even if we are in a hurry, to finish this ad hoc committee. I know everybody's tired, but indeed, let's do justice as well. For us to make a rush job is not going to help us. It will reflect back on us on the day. We'll call a witness to sit there. At the end of the day, we are unable to proceed with her or him. So it's unfair, Chair. I don't think it's for us to say, definitely we are going to finish with the witness on General Vuma on the day, then we'll have another witness. For me, of what I've seen before, let the Secretariat work hand in hand with you on this matter, but and us as well as committee members. But let's not say that it's possible, even if we end up at 3. We can end up at 5 if need be. But remember, the next day we have to come back again. But the General Vuma one, that they are going to have we're going to have 2 witnesses. I can bet my last dollar. No chance, Chair. Thank you. On the others, I agree.
Okay.
That
Maybe
we must have them, yes.
let's do this, Honorable Faizan. Let's check with the evidence leaders. How much time do they need on Wednesday to present General Vuma's evidence?
And Chetty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Advocate.
I think we would need at least 3 hours.
So 3 hours is from 10 to 1.
Yes, Chair.
And this only happens if members do not interrupt you.
You said it, Chair. The witness will be led by Advocate Mkhwanazi, who's been consulting on a regular basis with General Buma.
And with Mr. Chetty, how many hours do you need to present evidence?
I would say at least 2 hours. The difficulty, of course, is also that it's a lay witness, a member of the public, and perhaps you should also from time to time just intervene so that we can stick to his affidavit.
Okay. So if you need 5 hours of evidence, it is not possible to have the two of them on one day. What is your advice to the meeting? Advocate.
So sorry, Chair, I just clicked on not unless you which will obviously not be acceptable to most of the committee members. If we can find some way of maybe to restrict the questioning time from committee members.
Yeah, I mean, what I hear is that the contentious matter is that one of time allocation. So I want us to stick to the 30 minutes allocation of time. So if you have 11 committee members speaking, it means you need full members, you need 5 hours and 30 minutes. 5 hours and 30 minutes from 2 o'clock or from 1:30. If we start from 2 o'clock, 5 hours is until 7, and you still have 5 alternates who will need 15 minutes each. So it's another hour, it's after 8. So if you are going to take the evidence of Mr. Chetty after 8 o'clock in the evening for 2 hours, it's until 10. And if members need 5 hours of questioning, 5.5 hours from 10 o'clock in the evening, if you add 5 hours, it's until 3 a.m. plus 1 hour and 15 minutes of alternate is until 4:15. And we have not factored the time of evidence leaders or the chairperson if he may want to ask questions. So you may add one more hour each. So it's until 5 o'clock in the morning.
Chair, unless
Yeah.
Chair, unless if the committee in principle wants to hear General Mkhwanazi and the National Commissioner last, because they at the center of General Mkhwanazi's 6 July statement and the events that flow from there, that we reschedule both of them for next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, because you already indicated that on Thursday we're going to have just a morning session because Parliament's sitting on Thursday, and that we can then deal with any overflow from General Vuma and Mr. Chetty's evidence on Wednesday. So sit until late if there's any overflow.
So we deal with General Vuma on Wednesday, and then we bring Mr. Chetty on Thursday.
Yes, sure.
Because we are going to have about half a day there. He appears in the morning, and then you break and come back at 5.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And then you suggest that we move. So all these other witnesses must happen this week, and then we do the generals next week.
Yeah, I
maybe
think
Tuesday and Wednesday.
It seems to be what honourable members is agreeing.
Okay.
Let's deal with all the lay witnesses, the public participants this week, and the two generals next week, and finish off.
Okay, let me go back to the members and hear the revised proposal from the senior council, honourable members, that we wait, that we move the generals to next week, and then we deal with all the other witnesses this week. We move Mr. Chetty to Thursday. Can I start with the African National Congress?
Sorry about that, Chair. I was struggling to unmute. Chairperson, I think. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Hey, how are you?
Chairperson, can you hear me? Is the chair in?
He's answering a phone. He said, "How are you?" So I don't know what is happening.
No. I think for us, I mean, given the input that has been made by senior counsel, we are willing to withdraw the issue of Mr. Chetty together with General Vuma. But the principle that we had outlined still remains, that we're really not trying to extend this. So if next week is reserved just for the generals and no other witnesses, we would support that. But it's obviously dependent on the availability. The problem now is that we are discussing with people with no sight of their schedules. And if their schedules are not allowing for last week, then we still think that and maintain that we should then proceed with them this week and finalize with the public participant witnesses. So it's a scheduling thing for us at this point, but we are willing to withdraw on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's take Honorable Skhosana in the meantime.
Yeah, thank you. And as I said, and now at least we have discussed this matter, and the evidence leader is agreeing with me to say, in terms of hours, we should not get embarrassed. And I'm happy that at least now, whatever happens, if there's emergency which we might find ourselves in, that we have to go in for next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. So be it. But for us to rush to say because we want to finish now, I mean immediately, not now. The let's be practical. Let the people who are busy with our programming do justice to us as members, and make sure that we don't find ourselves scoring our own goals again, sitting there with embarrassment, egg on our faces to say there's a witness, he has to turn back, he must come back next week. Let's put our house in order, let's finish in, like we started, and not have negative things about us as ad hoc committee members. That's what I can say. For me, this rescheduling will help us, and let them do what they have to do, consult those generals to find out whether they'll be available next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. But if we can end this committee Wednesday or next week, whatever, so be it. Because there's a lot of things we won't be able to finish, Chair. There's a lot of things happening around the core committee. And I think everyone is tired. People now they've got excuses of not attending for that matter. So the sooner we get finished, the better. Thank you.
Okay, the DA.
No,
Chair,
we're still on the floor, Chair. I'm sorry, Honorable Nomvalo. I'll wait for you first. Yeah, we're still on. Yeah, thank you. Greetings to everyone. No, I just want to echo what the honorable member said, Honorable Skosana, that we understand that everyone, Chair, wants us to finish as in yesterday, but that must not compromise the quality of our work. We agree fully with a proposal that says let's reschedule the two generals, and we must not put them under the same day. Must have General Masemola today and General Mkhwanazi on the following day, because their responses are going to be very vast. And this thing of piling up witnesses on the same day, Chair, especially witnesses with huge statements, is compromising the quality of our work, because we end up doing work for the sake of doing it, not in an effective way. Working until 3 o'clock is not healthy for anyone, because our concentration have a particular lifespan. And two, there are staff members here. I don't know if there's somebody who negotiates for them to be paid for overtime, or who are just saying no because they are desperate for work, they are going to take it as is. There are staff members here who work with us until we finish. We must be considerate of all those factors. We're opposed to this thing of working until the morning. It's not effective for everyone. It's not healthy for witnesses who come, because giving a testimony while you are not fit and proper psychologically, that on its own is a shortcoming. We should never be espoused in our traditions. So we must put one witness, if that witness has a voluminous or a sizable statement, that witness must come alone on that day, because and what the senior counsel has said is also wrong, to make a suggestion that maybe we must consider restricting members. I don't know how many times we've been saying this, that this is our committee. We've never spoken about restricting the senior counsel's time. So that thought alone is unacceptable. To even think that as a way out, we must restrict members from asking questions, that is unacceptable. We must never allow that. This is our committee, and we said in our terms of reference that members must be dominant in terms of asking questions. So we can't compromise the quality of our work on the basis that we are rushing to finish our work. Sometimes we allow this thing of being cut while the witness is responding because of progress. But we don't agree with it, because
sometimes you got cut while you are getting a very helpful response from a witness. A response which maybe is more valuable than the responses that the witness has given prior to that response. So we just keep quiet because we don't want to appear as people who are inconsiderate and as people who are not cordial. But we disagree. We disagree with that thing of being cut. Even when a witness is giving a very helpful and valuable testimony, you got cut. But it has never happened to a senior counsel. So we must never do this thing of piling up many witnesses on the same day. Then the last point, we engage with the media on numerous occasions and as politicians, because here we are members of this community, but outside this community, we are politicians. So when we engage with the media, we've got every right to share our sentiments about societal issues. So we can't bring those issues here. We can't discuss about what somebody said in a podcast. I don't know if it was a podcast or what, or it was just an interview. We can't bring such issues here because we're going to lose focus and focus on things which do not matter for our terms of reference. So I'm saying allowing the matter to be brought here is out of order. We avoided creating some heated discussions. We just kept quiet, but I don't think the matter was relevant to be brought here. What the chair said, it's none of our business. He was invited, and when he's outside of Parliament, of the precinct of Parliament, he's a member of the ANC. I've got no business in defending the chair. There's nothing I can benefit from that. But I'm saying, as a matter of principle, we can't bring interviews which are done outside Parliament here and said somebody said this and want to make it an issue for a particular subject in this committee. Thank you very much.
Honorable Nombalo, you are firmly supporting the proposal that the two generals should move to Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yes, Chair.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, a few things. First of all, I think I would like to differ slightly from the Honourable Nomvalo. Not so much, and I don't think speakers should be restricted, but I think we need to ensure that our questions stay focused and on point throughout, and that we don't unnecessarily run over time, but that's a small difference. And then also, we agree with what Senior Counsel suggested about the two generals next week, and to handle the week as an opportunity to cover the relevant overflows and also those that are still left on the list that we need to work through. I think it's important that we don't sit in a situation where it goes into the early hours of the morning. I don't think it's fair to the witness, and I don't think that any questioning at that time is in the kind of quality, or of the kind of quality that we would like to have. I can't believe I'm saying it twice in 1 week that I agree with the Honourable Matthys and the Honourable Nomvalo and Skhosana. But I think it's important that in terms of the work that we do, that it remains quality. And it's very difficult to maintain that standard, at least for me, at that time of the morning. And again, I don't think it's fair to any witness to have to speak or try and be alert and focused at that time of morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The EFF.
Chair, thank you. Before we get into the decisions that we need to make, the EFF just wants to register that it's really a sad day when we have Parliament here in front of the entire nation say to them that, well, number one, we don't have the luxury of time. Number two, there's no, we cannot have an extension, as if we are not serving 5 years in Parliament, as if we are limited on how far, or there's some law that restricts us on how we can do this inquiry. I mean, technically, Chair, we are telling the nation that every child that is raped in this country, we don't have time to deal with it. We are telling the nation that every boy child that is raped in this country and that are not getting justice, we don't have time, we don't have the luxury of time, and we can't have an extension because of, I don't know what reason, because we are tired. We all agree that we are tired, and we are tired because we are doing these late nights and we pull in all these late nights. We must take responsibility as a committee on how we've gone about scheduling and how we've set this out. But at no point, Chair, can we go and tell the nation that we can't do it? And while we're not dealing with rape cases, ultimately, the criminality in this country where our children are being raped and there's no justice that is done for them is because of these senior officials in these high-ranking positions that are busy amongst each other, setting each other up and trying to capture our criminal justice system instead of ensuring that there is justice for the ordinary person on the street. And this thing is even making me teary because I'm also tired. But it can't be that we are doing that. And having said that, at no point are we saying that we must rush and have an extension. But it also raises the question on whether all of us here as members of Parliament who have been elected by the people are actually intentionally trying to erode this process, that we are trying to produce a substandard report because we are in cahoots with some of these saying...
I'm going to request you, honorable member, to focus on the items that we are
No,
discussing.
it is, Chair. That's what I'm discussing because we're discussing scheduling of witnesses right now.
Do you support?
No, Chair, you can't cut me off because we're discussing scheduling of witnesses. When the others were busy having a background bite on it, there was no problem. So it's on that background, Chair, that I'm saying we must finish this as we started it. This issue that we've raised about doing late night meetings like we are in some bar or something and pulling an all-nighter, we resolved this a long time ago after we had the first set of lieutenant generals because it's not quality. They can also take us on review that they have been giving testimony under duress and while they were very tired, etc. So let's treat our witnesses and treat our committee with proper respect. So I don't see how Lieutenant General Vuma and Chetty is going to work on the same day. We are dealing with PPP matters with Lieutenant General Vuma. I don't see how we're going to be able to do both of those witnesses on the same day. I support the idea that we allocate 1 day for the National Commissioner and 1 day for Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and they must be full days, not in the middle of the week, and they must be the last two witnesses that we need to have. And no or pulling all-nighters. We are not a bar. So no, we must schedule and we must schedule properly. Chair, I also hope that we have covered all our witnesses because we don't want something to come back and show that there's witnesses that we met, and because we've made a decision that we've closed, we are going to ignore witnesses. Also, I think we must be cognitive that we haven't finalized the matter of the former IGI. So we must not say we're concluding on Wednesday in the event that we have to make a day available for him to make presentation. Thank you.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. One, we support the rescheduling of the two generals, namely General Masimula and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Two, we support that each of the generals be given a full day for us to be able to interrogate the issues with them, given the fact that these two personalities are very central in the whole matter that we are actually investigating. And the third point is about, working until very late in the night. I think also it's not productive. The span of our concentration is actually limited to some extent, and therefore, dragging on beyond midnight actually is no longer productive. So I just wish that we would not actually get into that situation ever again. And the fourth point is that perhaps this week, as there has been proposed, that we actually deal with all of the other lay witnesses, if I may use the expression used by our senior counsel, so that when we meet the two generals in the end, we are able to bounce all the issues that may have come up with all the witnesses, lay witnesses or otherwise, with the generals where such issues are actually concerning them, so that we do not actually come back at some stage and say, hey, here is this witness coming up with a critical matter, which we should actually have been able to actually find out some more facts about it from either of the two generals, only to find that they have actually come and met with us and they will no longer be coming back. So I in the whole, I support the rescheduling that actually has been proposed. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Sols.
Honorable Chair, I agree with Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Skosana around the practicality of our scheduling. We must consider that, and the discretion when a witness responds in cutting them in the middle. The discretion and the benevolence of the chair must be used there too, to test whether the response must be put to the record before being cut. I agree with Honorable Sangoni as well to ensure that the witnesses now finally appear this week. And of course, I also think we shouldn't ignore what Honorable Matesi is saying in addressing how we come across to the public. We shouldn't come across as rushing to meet a deadline, but as we must come across as we are focusing on getting to the truth. For clarity, Chair, I must emphasize that I did not cast aspersions, as Honorable Sangoni incorrectly said, when I raised the issue of the clip. I forwarded the clip to the group. There was no response. I left it. The only reason I raised it now is because of me questioning the approach of the parliamentary staff. And then I raised that as a question in my head, and I said, it appears as though, I didn't cast aspersions. And it's not out of order, it's relevant, because if the leader of our committee, if it appears that the leader of our committee is not impartial, it is not out of order to say we must deal with that publicly so that we manage the narrative. And therefore, I concluded by saying it would be wise for our chairperson to do a statement that clarifies and say, this is the context. And that preserves the integrity of our committee. So it can't be said to be out of order and incorrect. So I just wanted to clarify that, Chair. And then I do agree with the proposals for our generals to be shifted to next week, and they must be last, as I proposed earlier, and they must have each 2 full days, 1 full day each, rather. I think that answers my position. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Faizan.
Thank you, Chair. Agree with the reconfiguration of the program. I think it's more sensible. Nothing more to add. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. We support the proposals to move the generals to next week. I think history has taught us that we can never ever have two witnesses such as General Vuma and Chitty on the same day. We'll find ourselves burning the midnight oil again. And I've heard what our colleagues have said here. We have our views, we have our views of our political parties, and then I just want to remind this committee that there's the view of the public. And those are the views that we should always keep, at the forefront of everything that we decide on. All I'm saying is that the public has been exposed many a times to such commissions and has been left wanting and frustrated. At some point, we need to give the public the reassurance that, you know what, there are findings, there is a report, something is, there needs to be a tangible outcome. What we decide after that, we leave it for then. But as things stand, South Africans are frustrated. South Africans are waiting for this committee to give them the reassurance that, matters that has been brought to the attention of this committee will be dealt with. I leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The scheduling of the witnesses will be revised. And then we will have Mr. Chetty come in this week on Thursday. And those other witnesses, the public submission witnesses coming on Friday. And the evidence leaders and the parliamentary legal team will go back to General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi to reschedule them for next week. Bonani, let's move to the next item, which is the letter, the correspondence from the Office of the President. Let's get the agenda on the screen so that I see what were the two items. Yes, the parliamentary councillor to the President, Honorable Korenhoff, has written to us to request that the Office of the President be given until the 16th of March to respond to the questions that members of Parliament have submitted to, or members of the committee have submitted to the office. And then the second item, or the following item, is the presentation by the drafting committee on what is the way forward once we have concluded the appearances of General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi. So they will give an indication of the activities that will follow once presentation of evidence is concluded. I don't think we are going to present the letter. Members have heard what the request from the letter is. Can we then invite Nicolette to advise the committee on the activities that will follow the presentation of the conclusion of presentation of evidence. Nicolette.
Chairperson, it's Christine Silkstone. Nicolette is not available at the moment, so I'm also part of the content team. I'm the content advisor for the PC Justice, and I've been supporting the committee, the ad hoc committee as well. Banani, I prepared 3 quick slides, so I'm going to try and share those. If you can just give me sharing rights. Oh. Banani? Okay, share. Okay. The server. Chair, I see that Advocate Arendt's hand is raised. Does he would, yeah. Should I continue?
Let's hear first if Advocate Arendse wants to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, colleague Christine. I'll be very quick. I've been in touch with both the generals and Major General Van Rooyen, their legal advisor. They have rescheduled whatever meetings they've had for next Tuesday and Wednesday to accommodate this committee's request. So they will be available next week, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. May you continue, Ms. Silkstone.
Thank you, Chair. You see the first slide is about, just sets out where we are in the process. The committee's established, we've got our terms of reference, the evidence has been led, and we are contemplating wrapping up the process in the next week or so. So the next step would be that our evidence leaders actually present a consolidated evidentiary overview, and that will take into account the multiplicity of witnesses, the documentary material, and all the members' engagement in that process as well. I'm sure that our evidence leaders would want to talk to that. What the content is doing is they're preparing a discussion document report, which highlights the governance concerns and reform priorities to support the deliberation. So our role will be at this immediately is to provide that background papers to help our members go forward in deliberations. Then we have our deliberation process, and that's, well, I don't need to tell you, it will be discussing your possible evidentiary gaps, making findings, and those will need to be based on the evidence presented and the recommendations. The content team drafts the report reflecting the outcomes of the deliberations and the recommendations that the members have made. And the committee will then deliberate on the draft report, make amendments, and finally adopt it. Next. So I've just given a very sort of high level thing of the discussion paper. It is just so there isn't any confusion. It'll be descriptive and organizational. Although it is analytical, it doesn't address credibility of any of the evidence that was presented or try to evaluate the evidence from that perspective. It's intended to structure the evidence without preempting the findings. It'll be aligned to the terms of reference, and it's intended to support our members in their deliberations and to assist with report writing. In terms of where we are, The drafting of the process aspects of the report are at an advanced stage. And the same with the discussion paper by the content team. There are some outstanding witnesses that still need to be added, and of course the new ones should also fall within that. I just wanted to highlight that practically report writing is a continuous process. That that I can say I'm presenting it as we're going to have this stage, and evidence leaders will present the consolidated evidentiary overview, and there will be deliberations. But actually, throughout all of this, we're drafting. I've been drafting for ages, and as we add, as we hear more things, they get added. The idea is that we try and anticipate as much as possible, so that the process is sped up. But from a drafter's perspective, it's important that there is enough time allocated for fact-checking and follow-ups, that there's time for engagement with legal, including, and most importantly, that the draft report is properly settled. So if what you get at the end is something that you can work with and you're not irritated because there are mistakes and so on. I'm going to just ask Ms. Cock if she would like to just make any inputs on the discussion paper that we're producing. Annie?
Thank you, and hello, honourable members and my colleagues. I think that you covered me. Thank you very much. We'll obviously try to optimise our time to get the discussion report out to the members as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report or my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what we will want you to do, or our expectation is that you should be able to indicate to the meeting to say, if you conclude your evidence on Friday, we can be ready with remember in the last meeting, the framework was presented. And then you say to us that if you conclude your presentation of evidence on Friday, we may need 2, 3, or 4 days to come back with a report, or a draft report, or a discussion document, or the presentation of overview by the evidence leaders. So between the conclusion of the presentation of evidence and the 31st of March, what are the activities that you would want to have them being scheduled? If you hear what I'm saying.
Yes, Chair, I'm hearing what you're saying. It's really difficult. I think what I'm saying is that I'm very concerned about the time that has been allocated for report writing. I think I'd like to ask Advocate Arendse if he'd just like to give an indication about how much time that they need to put together
it's fine. We can't do it here and now. You have given us an impression of what to expect, that once we conclude, there will be a presentation of an overview by the evidence leaders, and then later there will be the presentation of the draft report, and then those will be followed by deliberations. So can we agree that from here, yourselves together with the evidence leaders, you will do the sequencing of those activities, and then maybe before we conclude the presentation of evidence with the generals next week, you can circulate that with the committee members so that if they have inputs, they make those inputs. We know which days the committee will rest, and then how many days you need yourselves and the evidence leaders to produce the overview report, to produce the draft report of the committee, and when can the committee start with deliberations. Does that make sense?
Yes, Chair, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Members, you receive the presentation. Can we then rotate the letter from the office of the president and the proposals that are being made here with regard to time frames that should follow immediately after the presentation of evidence by General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi? The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We find no fault with the letter of the President. I think the request that they submit their responses on the 6th of March is acceptable, so we have no problem with that. On the process that has just been outlined, Chair, I'm not sure if it should be read together with the framework document that had been circulated to us before. Because that framework document, I think, was more or less saying the same thing. We just had a question that arose from the framework document where it said, and I suppose the question arises again now, that the document, it says findings, it will make findings which differ from what the initial document said, that it will make no findings of wrongdoing and so forth and so forth. I just don't have the right phrasing in front of me now. I think we need clarity on what we mean by findings, given the fact that some of the evidence would be in dispute. What mechanisms would we be using to test which of the evidence is accepted? I don't know what the legal terminology for it should be, but we just want to get a sense of how do we come to certain conclusions on matters where some of these evidentiary gaps do exist. How is the committee going to handle that? But insofar as process is concerned, Chair, we have no issues with the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Silverstone, are you able to clarify the question that is being posted?
Yes, well, I can try. I think that we need two things. The first is just to say that in terms of the discussion paper that the content team will put together, when I talk about we won't make findings, or what we're talking is we won't make findings as to the evidence. So if we say witness X said Y, we won't say, well, witness X is guilty of. That would be, we don't have the authority. That's completely out of our thing. But in terms of what the content paper does is that, we feel comfortable with like looking at, say, governance concerns. So it's clear that looking at the evidence, this is an example, I'm not saying that this is necessarily clear, looking at the evidence that there is a problem of communication between this agency and that agency. So does that kind of, I hope that sort of assists in terms of where we are. In terms of what evidence and how the committee should accept evidence, I think that's something that our legal team should advise the committee on, because the evidence is contradictory. We have many hours of witnesses saying things, and putting all of that together is, it is difficult. Thank you. I hope that assisted.
So what you are essentially saying is that the committee does not pronounce on the guilt or the innocence. of a witness?
I mean, that is for the committee to decide. Content team's perspective, in our discussion paper, we won't be making those kinds of that kind of analysis.
Listen to what I'm saying. The committee is in the main investigating 4 pillars in the terms of reference. And committee members want to know if we must separate between issues. Where the committee, for instance, finds that indeed the decision to disband the PKTT was unlawful. Are you saying the committee can't make such a finding to say the decision was unlawful?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, that's not what I'm saying.
You are saying such findings can be made, but on the criminal part of allegations that would have been made against certain witnesses, the committee doesn't have judicial competence.
Precisely, Chair. So in your first example, on the unlawful, yes, precisely.
Yes.
On the unlawful things, you would obviously give your reasons, but yes, you wouldn't be able to pronounce on innocence or guilt.
Because when you arrive at the innocence or guilt of a witness, obviously you must follow the Criminal Procedure Act or any other relevant legislation, and you must also be consistent with the Constitution when it says a judicial authority in this country is vested with the judicial. So a committee of parliament cannot pronounce on the innocence or the guilt of a witness, but a committee can make findings which do not concern themselves. For instance, if the committee makes a finding that a wrong has happened, and the committee can further recommend that because it does not have those powers to pronounce guilt or innocence, the matter can be referred to the relevant authorities for further processing.
Yes, Chair. The committee can make observations and make recommendations.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think what Honorable Sangweni wanted to understand, so that it must not just be a nebulous statement that says the committee can make findings, and it ends up restricting members in terms of understanding what they should do.
No, I apologize if there was any confusion. Of course, the committee can make findings and observations, but it's just about we can't step into the arena of being a court of law because we don't have that authority and we don't actually have, that's so just understanding. It can be a bit tricky, but it's also about how you phrase your findings and you phrase your recommendations, and as long as there's also a very clear link between the evidence that you're using to support whatever finding that you make, so that it's that rationality component is dealt with.
Okay. Honorable Sangweni, are you clarified?
Yes, Chair, I'm clarified, although I suspect that the boundaries, we'll probably have to keep going back to them, and it may be useful if, we could just get, I don't want to ask for additional opinions or anything, but almost, how far our powers as Parliament go, Chair, in relation into this matter. because I don't want, when we are now discussing the matter, we get drawn into a temptation of overstepping our boundaries, and then people are accused of either protecting, not protecting. We just need to be very clear in terms of what our boundaries are, so we all operate within that framework. And lastly, Chair, whether anybody who has an adverse observation made about them in the report, they will be afforded an opportunity to comment before the report is finally put before the National Assembly it's tabled before the National Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. Before Honorable Nomvalo comes in, I just wanted to say the one, Chair, if I may ask, the lady who was speaking here, is she the chief, is the chief legal advisor we started with, or is somebody else?
No, she is part of the content team, the team that will be writing the report for the committee.
So where's the chief legal in the here? Is she here?
Mr. Dajana is present in the meeting.
Yeah, no, Mr. Dajana, I understand. Remember, we had the chief legal. There was a lady who was the chief legal who I asked many times that, yeah.
She's no longer with Parliament.
Oh, we've got the new chief legal advisor now.
She's on retirement.
Oh, so we've got a new chief legal advisor.
That I may not know.
Yeah, I think the legal team was supposed to tell us about these stories as well, because we're told about chief legal advice most of the time, and if they're quiet, I think they have to tell us about whether, because now the issue of innocent, we can't say somebody innocent, we can't say somebody is guilty, but I think we can make recommendations, Chair, to say this evidence is substantiated, and we recommend what must happen. Then the rest, obviously, the Parliament will take the decision on that. But we can't do so much job, and then at the end we cannot pronounce anything. It's like now we were just ticking the boxes here. We have to say it. If somebody, for instance, Mr. Honorable Soviet Khanyane, the evidence against him is substantiated, and we recommend that the following must be taken. You've broken this act, section so and so, and yes, but we must substantiate that to say if the evidence is substantiated, we must do that. But we can't just say we are mum. We can't say anything. But I leave it to the legal expert. We've got Honorable Nomvalo. I think he'll come in, Chair. Thank you.
Then
yeah, thank you, sir.
Before what is your view, Honorable Skhosana, on the letter from the President and
I left it for Honorable Nomvalo, Chair.
Yeah, but there are two matters which were circulating. The one is that the team must now go back and develop a checklist of activities that will be happening after the presentation of evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, Chair, hence I'm saying to you, because I heard you most of the time on the deliberation, asking the lady about, we can't say somebody, hence I only focus on that. And Honorable Nomvalo will respond on those two items. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think we threw some comfort on how you've concluded with the I don't know whether it's a legal advisor or what, but with the lady who was advising us, because initially we were not comfortable because of the ambiguity. I think the advice was a bit vague, because our understanding, Chair, is that we will firstly, we'll analyze evidence, that we have obtained, and vis-a-vis will cross-reference to the testimonies that have been given, both orally and in writing, and make findings to say, based on this evidence, this is what we have found to have transpired. And based on this finding, this is what we recommend. So that is our understanding, even though a concern which has always been raised by Honorable Mates keeps on kicking in and is going to catch up with us, because under normal circumstances where you have done a thorough investigation, you make recommendations and submit prima facie evidence that you have obtained through your skills to the relevant authorities. For instance, when you recommend to the police, say you have identified an act of criminality, at least give them something to say, here you can investigate further. This is what we have found, and you can use this information to initiate your investigation. So what Honorable Mates has been raising will catch up with us, because largely we will submit just a written report to say we've analyzed evidence and so on, but with no material evidence, with no tangible evidence that will back up our report. So that remains our great concern, because we believe that there are many matters by virtue of their nature which we should have taken further in terms of investigation, Chairperson. Many, I can mention many, but we have not done so because our capacity was very limited. We didn't investigate further, except relying on oral evidence. The tender, how it was issued, the documents, to get the documents of all these committees that sit before the appointments, the bid evaluation, the bid adjudication. We didn't take further the matter of Khumalo in terms of investigation, the appointment, because there were allegations that he acted wrongly by employing people not following the procedure, and so on. Many issues have not been taken further. We did not even have capacity of tracking devices. So that is a shortcoming that we must be alive to say, when we complete our work, we must know that we have only done 10% of what we were supposed to do, because we had limited resources. So I guess now it's late, there's nothing we can do, but I really wish that we should have taken what Honorable Mates has been crying for since day one. We didn't want to repeat what she had already said, because it was making sense to all of us. So we thought it's going to prevail to all of us. But now it will catch up with us. With regards to responses, Chair, by the President, well, we even though we disagree, we never agreed and we still disagree, but because we're in a democratic institution here, we subject ourselves to the behest of the majority, despite our strong sentiments on the subject. We said that we don't agree with writing questions to the President, because we don't want to give a special treatment to anybody. Everyone must be treated equally, because here we're not doing a normal oversight process. We're doing an investigation. So we've limited ourselves, because we're asking a person here to whom we're not going to have an opportunity for follow-up questions, an opportunity to interject when there's a need to do so, like we have done with other witnesses. So a special treatment on the basis that he is the president. So, like, we're not taking this excuse of the 16th because everyone is complaining about time, but the president is not complying with time. The 16th is too far, Chairperson. The responses must be given now, because if there are questions that have not been answered satisfactorily, we believe that we must be given an opportunity again for follow-up questions. Now, if the president responds when we're about to finish, then that means we're not going to have that opportunity. We're hoping, Chair, that because we've done the work of the president to be easy, we've simplified his task by saying, just respond even when you are lying in your bed at home. We thought he's going to take advantage of that and give us a report on time, swiftly, within the twinkling of an eye. Now we're told that the report will be ready on the 16th. So we're not accepting that, Chair. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the position of the Democratic Alliance that I think the committee must just remain faithful to what the mandate was, and it's parliamentary oversight. And we're not a court of law, Chairperson, so we can't determine criminal guilt. I think our responsibility is to assess the testimonies that were presented, as well as the evidence that was placed before us, and make the observations and findings based on that material, and not determine guilt. And where the evidence does present that there was possible misconduct or that further disciplinary action should be taken, well, then that is what we should be reporting on. So we're not there to prosecute, we're not there to adjudicate, and we just ensured that the credible issues that got revealed through this process of this inquiry do not just disappear. And I think that referring them to the relevant authorities to further investigate and prosecute where they deem fit is the route to take. I think one of the core mandates was to identify what weaknesses were in our institution. That is what our core mandate wasn't to find guilt in a specific person, but understand where the institution allowed that misconduct, corruption, interference, whatever it was that occurred, is to understand how the institution was affected by that. And I think that is some things that have to be highlighted within that report, so that we can make those amendments, legislative changes, and see how do we fix the institutions that were either infiltrated or where procurement was done underhandedly, where tenders got out without following proper procedures. And I think one of the very important things is how communication, left institutions meant to be, private and internal, and made its way into the likes of certain individuals who are now, facing criminal charges already. The objective of the work, I suppose, then just comes down to, we need to keep it factual, and it must arise from the evidence. And second, the institution is responsible for upholding the rule of law, Chairperson. And I think that is what our recommendations must speak to, is closing those gaps that we have identified. And we need to go, or at least, the evidence leader with our legal team need to go through, what evidence has been placed, how does it with these various gaps, and makes recommendations to the committee that can then go to Parliament to be tabled. Chairperson, that's my position on that. And as far as what the President's letter is, it is what it is. We do need to receive it, and hopefully quicker than later. Thank you, Chair.
And then on the letter from the Presidency.
I agree that it can come when it comes, Chair.
Thank you so much, the EFF.
Chair, thank you. On the issue on what we are dealing with now about what our final report, what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do in the final report, I would suggest that we actually maybe perhaps have a half-a-day workshop or whatever needs to be done on what our legal obligations are in terms of the Constitution, the Powers and Privileges Act. So when we start that process, we are well informed, we are able to ask questions. I also think political parties should consult independently, because right now it feels like we are being misguided or possibly misguided into what it is, what findings we can make. Chair, it can't be that we are here and this committee is only here to decide whether there was some institutional, where there are gaps in our institutions and how to fix it. If there is evidence before us that myself, I awarded a tender illegally or unprocedurally, that is a finding, and we should be able to make it, not go and just say, okay, this procedure within the act of awarding a tender was breached, and then let's go and see how we're going to fix it. That's not what our terms of reference has allowed us to do. But having said that, I think we must allocate today where we are properly workshopped and we are all on the same page, and it must be done in front of the entire country. So when we are going into deliberations, the entire country can see the members of parliament and what their positions are in dealing with this matter. Having said that, Chair, I think we must also just get on the President Ramaphosa's response. We are concerned with the time. From what I remember is that we agreed that we would get written responses, and based on that, we will make a decision on whether President Ramaphosa will appear before us physically. So once we push that date back, we are also opening up ourselves to a possibility that after we get the responses, and actually we shouldn't call them responses, that must be answers, because again we will get things that are not answering our questions, and we must have recourse as a committee to be able to get answers that are actually answering the question. So as long as the committee is cognitive that the final submission or the response that the president gives us on that day is not the end of it, and we're going to go into deliberations with that information without having an option of getting clarity and understanding exactly what it is, we can support that, and the committee must know what it is also opening itself up to. I also would have liked to know, and then maybe this will come up when we have, if we decide to have sort of a mini workshop on what it is that we have. The discussion document, I would have thought by now. So as the EFF, we submitted all, since these committees, our proceedings started, anything or questions or background of things or evidence that we need from institutions. So I would have thought that perhaps even in the discussion documents, that those that are leading that perhaps they can highlight and say, if we get evidence or if we get a letter from, let's just say, the Auditor General that confirms or states what this witness says. Remember, we have access to every single institution. They can't lie to us, and that will be able to assist us in our process. We cannot go into deliberations, and it can never be intentional that we as committee members can make a decision to go into deliberations without being able to say, let's get information from this institution, and we just say that we can't decide because we have two, let's say, statements that are different, when we can go to, let's say, the AG and say, okay, on this day did this happen. So that is something what we must be able to do. And Chair, that brings us right back to the point that we have, this committee has been deliberately, and now we're at the end, has been deliberately denied resources that were in the terms of reference, so we can be in this position. So when we go into deliberations, and it's another sad thing that we must be alive to, when we go into deliberations and we are unable to make concrete findings because we have been denied the resources. And Honorable Nombala, we must be clear, we mustn't say we lack resources. It was deliberate. Those things are in our terms of reference. It is here in Parliament where budgets are approved. How is it that Parliament cannot provide resources to a committee, Chair, that is investigating this or trying to establish what is it in our criminal justice system that makes us unable to even process rapes of children in this country? And we have been denied that. And now we are here. So, Chair, I'm pressing on this committee right now that you, as the Chair, go and engage the Speaker. And now we're probably going to need more than one forensic with whatever information that we need, and that would come up from the discussion documents or where there are gaps in evidence. We must be able to, and Honorable Sangoni brought that up. There are going to be gaps. What is it that we need to close the gaps? Because it cannot be that we have spent so much time and so much energy on this committee for the nation. The nation has been watching this. Some have called us clowns, but at the end of the day, we still need to complete this and do it efficiently. And we must hold our institution itself accountable for not providing us with resources. And now they're going to have to come to the party, and wherever there are evidence gaps, we must be able to get forensic investigators or whatever it is that we need to be able to fill those gaps as much as possible. Thank you, Chair.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the submission of the President, the 16th of March, well, even though one would have appreciated an earlier date, but we will be able to actually receive that information on the day stipulated by the President's office. But if there is anything that can be done to expedite that, it would be appreciated, because as Honorable Nomvalo has indicated, that there might be a need for, further clarity-seeking questions on the response of the President. Now, there would be no sufficient time to actually engage into that. With regard to the second matter, I think I want to go along with the proposal made by Honorable Matthys, that perhaps before we engage in the process, we sort of have some kind of a workshop of some sort to actually the brainstorm on other issues, so that we know exactly the boundaries that exist on what we can and cannot actually say in our report. But I do want also to express a concern that there are some evidence that we actually have received from some witnesses, which actually leaves much to be desired. And some of them actually contain elements of outright, lying. I don't know in situations like that, what is it? How do you put that in the report other than to say that, witness X actually presented, a testimony which had serious gaps on certain instances, which might actually lead us to a particular finding on the weight of that particular evidence. So on that score alone, I think it would be very useful for the committee to go through that kind of workshop by some legal experts, so that we know exactly what to do, what not to do. Thank you.
Honorable Sons.
Chairperson, thank you. I think, firstly, it's important that we take serious the lack of trust that the public has in our institutions, including ours. And we must restore that trust in our processes. And one of the ways we can do that is by how we do this report. Because there's a general sentiment amongst South Africans that nothing's going to happen after this. This is just a show, it's just theater, it's just theatrics. Nothing's going to happen. So our country is crying out for justice, they're crying out for action. And we should ask ourselves, what does the Constitution empower us to do to ensure through our report that there is action? That should be our question. Yes, we are not a court, indeed, but we are a constitutional oversight body. And the Constitution gives us the power to demand, not request, demand accountability. And I feel that this must come through in our report. We must use oversight language. We mustn't use, we must use mandatory language, for the lack of a better word. We mustn't say, we mustn't come across as it's optional. We must come across as our language must be directive. We must avoid words like the committee suggests or the department should consider. We should be directive in our approach. Say the committee directs that, or the committee mandates that. The executive must, because that's oversight. That's constitutional authority that's given to us to do so. Yeah, we don't deal with evidence in terms of what the courts does, but we can establish prima facie evidence. We can say on the face of it, these are prima facie violations that we've discovered through our process. So instead of pronouncing guilt, we state that the evidence gathered on crimes such as fraud or contraventions of the PFMA or whatever, we've established prima facie evidence to that. And then the legal institutions that are responsible for investigations can then take that on the face of it and dig deeper. Are we correct? So this creates then some sort of a legal handover point for the police. They have some place to start from. And then we demand accountability. We track the progress around that. Our report must be an evidence file. You see, where we provide information and we point you to the proof or the evidentiary documents that we've received during our processes. And this makes, the report sort of trial ready for the NPA. We must use that approach. And then we must set hard deadlines for feedback. You see, every recommendation must be tied to a time frame. And that's my submission, Chair, to say we must ask ourselves, what can we do that's action driven to make this report be action driven? This report must have oversight language to pull action from the institutions and the agencies, so that our country then can see that the work that we've done was in order to bring justice, not just to suggest things and people can just use it as a file there, they put it aside. And then we must also not just give our report to the speaker and the speaker to the president, whoever. We must also have a formal resolution that our report must be an evidentiary file that we give to the NPA, or we give to or we give to crime intelligence. Say, here's prima facie evidence that you can use for investigations into this matter. I think in that way, we have done our best based on our constitutional function to assist the process of justice. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the letter by the Office of the President, I think obviously it would be better if the answers could be forthcoming earlier than the 16th of March, but and I think maybe the response by yourself Dr. Koorhof should try to highlight that if it is possible that it is earlier than the 16th, that would be appreciated and would assist our process. But the outer deadline of the 16th, we accept. And then, because it is, as other members have also said, that follow-up questions will most probably be, we will have to ask follow-up questions most probably, and we will have to have enough time allowed for that. With regards to the presentation on the drafting, we welcome that. And yes, Chair, I also agree that it would be good at the onset, when we start the process, to have a, let's call it a workshop or a brief discussion to set the limits and to be on the same page with regards to what our findings should entail and what it can't or may not entail and what it may entail, and also how we should frame our recommendations so that it leads to action, so that it is executable, and that it's not vague and does not lead to any action. Because as other members have also said, people out there, the public want action, and our report should not just be a report that gathers dust. It should lead to real solutions to the problems and actions that are executable and can be taken. So such a discussion at the beginning will be fruitful. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to support the input given by Honourable Vessels with regards to the response from the presidency. It would be appreciated if we could get a response a lot earlier, so that we are even able to ask further questions. And then on the report, I'm going to support EFF's proposal that we have a workshop, because even though we have our pillars of investigation and probing to which we should give recommendations on, I think this committee has extended itself beyond which we set out to do. And at this point, before we give any input on what should happen and how it should happen, I think it is important for us to get guidance from the legal team. There are those issues that requires immediate intervention. We will be able to give recommendations on immediate, tangible, actionable change. And then there are also those reforms that won't be able to happen overnight. You know, that's going to take years to implement. So I think for us to start with that workshop, that's a good space. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson. Ms. Silkstone.
Chairperson.
Hello, who is that?
Honourable Souls, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Souls.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't express our view on the President's submission. The Patriotic Alliance has no problem with the 16th of March. Thank you.
Ms. Silkstone.
Chair, I don't think I have anything to add. I think that some of the questions may well be answered when the evidence leaders, about what is, how we frame things, might be answered when the evidence leaders present a consolidated overview of the evidence. Obviously we're guided by the chair and by the members as to what they would, how they want to carry the process forward. Thank you.
The evidence leaders and the parliamentary legal team.
Sorry, Chair, can I just say? No, it's fine.
Hello, Ms. Silkstone.
Sorry, Chair, I was going to say something earlier, but I think it's been covered, and I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Can we hear from the evidence leaders and the parliamentary legal team?
This is Adila. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Chairperson?
Mr. Tejana, can we go ahead?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Now, Chair, I'll be brief. Chairperson, I think the issue of what Parliament can do, I mean, in terms of the Constitution, Chair, I think is clearly spelled out, I mean, in the Constitution. And I think primarily there are three key functions which Parliament is mandated to do in terms of the Constitution. And I think the first one, Chair, is that the institution makes laws. And of course, the second one is that the institution facilitates public involvement, I mean, in its processes, including in the lawmaking process. And of course, the third one is that Parliament exercises oversight over the executive. And I think the third pillar, Chair, that's where we are in terms of the inquiry that we are doing. So, Chairperson, when you talk, and I know that Honorable Nomvara is going to challenge me, when you talk about investigation, Chair, you talk about, if you read, for instance, the relevant rule, which is 227 of the National Assembly, you will see that it talks about, monitoring, to investigate and make recommendations. So that investigation, Chair, is in the context of making recommendations. So the issue, Chair, is that, and I think I've raised this issue before, Chair, even though members chowed me for breakfast the last time I raised it, is that Parliament is not an investigatory body, Chairperson. That function resides elsewhere in the executive, not with us. And that's why I was saying, Chairperson, you can't expect a body like Parliament to make findings of guilt. I mean, we can't, Chair, because we're not empowered even by the Constitution to do so. And I think the issue here fundamentally, Chair, is that we're expected to surface issues, Chair, and having surfaced them, to then make recommendations to the relevant law enforcement agencies to act on these things. So, Chairperson, for now, I'll leave it there and allow Council to come in and share his own perspective with us. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, Darren, sir.
Chair, I have my hand up. Chair, I just thought that in the interest of time that we park that matter and that we actually have some sort of workshop that will discuss our approach to our report.
Honorable Mathai, may we please have Advocate Arenese commenting on the inputs that members have made.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Parliament has given the ad hoc committee its terms of reference and what it is required to inquire into. Those terms of reference basically are the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July. So this honorable committee must be guided by the terms of reference. We have, as far as possible, sought to schedule and invite witnesses that could assist this honorable committee in determining, establishing, ascertaining, finding out whether some or all of the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has been or could be established through this evidence and from the witnesses. It seems to me to be quite logical, and to put it another way, it seems to me illogical if this honorable committee cannot draw its own conclusions from the evidence. The standard of proof in any civil proceeding is usually on a balance of probabilities, and make its findings in relation to those issues that arise from the terms of reference. So, for example, on infiltration and capture, I think in some instances we already have some very clear evidence of that. For example, in relation to IPID. And there are other examples that one could use. I think the National Assembly will expect this honorable committee, given the time that it has spent in interviewing and witnesses and hearing evidence, that they would want to hear what the evidence was, albeit in summary form, and what's come out of the evidence, what the findings are of this committee, and what recommendations this committee will make. The recommendations is obviously limited, given the separation of powers, limited to, albeit very, very important, any remedial action that Parliament should take in terms of, for example, the appointments. We've heard evidence which certainly, in my own respectful view at this stage, clearly demonstrates that there are issues with the appointment of the National Commissioner, provincial commissioners, deputy national commissioners and their portfolios. We have clear evidence relating to procurement deficiencies that we've heard from General Fani and Dimpani in finance. Those are the issues that has troubled this honourable committee, and we need to inquire into it, and we have. In some of those instances, I don't think any further forensic investigations are needed. So, what from our side as evidence leaders, we would want to assist, because obviously this honourable committee may not be at idem on particular aspects of the evidence, may have different views, and which they may want to add or delete, but we will make our best and an honest effort to summarize the evidence for the committee in an objective way, with reference to the evidence, with reference to statements that have been sworn statements that have been deposed to, and in that way assist. And as long as you don't hold us to what we recommend and suggest and propose, that it's a draft, and it's for this committee to finally settle, either it could be unanimously, or it could be by majority, or in the way you usually decide matters in a parliamentary committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for the enriching inputs that you have made here. We are going to do this. We have agreed that a checklist of post-evidence presentation activities must be drawn so that committee members can know what are the activities that we are going to embark upon until the report of the committee is adopted and made available to the Office of the Speaker for presentation in the National Assembly. So what you have been doing now is what we should do in the meeting that will be called, where the evidence leaders, the parliamentary legal team, and the content advisors will come and present constitutional imperatives that underpin the report. So the evidence leaders and the legal team of Parliament, the content advisors, will sit down and develop a guide which they will come and present before the members. Because my assumption is that, like if you heard what Honorable Sauls has said, we are Parliament, and Parliament is charged with three main tasks by the Constitution of the Republic. When we have done our oversight work as a committee, we have the power to recommend to the National Assembly as to what reform should happen in the laws that we have in the criminal justice system, what legislative interventions have to be made. But there are also principles that are outlined in the Constitution and doctrines. For instance, the doctrine of the separation of powers, the trias politica, which all of them, this is not a new report that will be written by a committee of Parliament. Our report must be structured in such a way that they encapsulate constitutional imperatives and principles that we all know, in such a way that they reaffirm the constitutional mandate of Parliament as the superior locus of power in the country. So I don't think we have any difficulties in terms of understanding what work should be done. What is very important is that that guide must be developed and the principles are presented before the committee. Each one of us understand what are those principles which underpin the report, and then from there, the overview of evidence, what informs it, the committee report, all of them will come before the committee, and the committee members will go into deliberations having understood the principles behind the overview and the report. So if you can go, Advocate Arendse, Mr. Tejana and Ms. Silkstone, and develop that guide so that at the time the overview is presented and the draft report of the committee is brought before us, we have walked the road on the constitutional imperatives underpinning the report. Honorable members, thank you so much. We must get back to the other items on the agenda.
Chair, I've raised my hand there, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
A quick one, Chair. I just wanted clarity because I heard Advocate Tejana saying that it's the work of the executive. I think it's completely wrong to say that. Even if it's not our work of, we are not judging people, but as I said earlier, that the recommendation or do recommendation which those substantiated evidence before us. And my clarity, my last one, when the evidence leader, the SC said that the term of reference, Paul O'Sullivan, I'm not sure whether I heard well. Maybe you can clarify if I heard him well, that he gave us term of reference.
No, he said we have terms of reference. But what is going to happen now? We will not discuss those matters now because the principles underpinning the report will be presented in a committee meeting, and where members have any issue that they want to clarify.
Yeah, so are you saying he did not mention Paul O'Sullivan?
No, he did not mention Paul O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we go to the next item, Mr. Tejana? Is it yourself? Oh yeah, on the matters that have been referred to the office of the Speaker.
Oh yeah, yes, Chairperson. No, it's only one matter. The matter of Mr. O'Sullivan. Chairperson, we can confirm that the Constitutional and Legal Services Office received an instruction from the Speaker's office that was on Friday, Chairperson, in the afternoon, on the 6th of March, to put together affidavits in respect of the two incidents, i.e. the one of the 19th November 2025, which I referred to as the Nkabinde incident, and the one of the 26th of February 2026, which we refer to as the walkout incident by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, for purpose of opening a case against Mr. O'Sullivan in line with the prescripts of the Powers and Privileges Act. And Chairperson, we hope to finish that during the course of today. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ramano. Can I check the progress on other matters that the committee would have raised regarding questions to other institutions?
Chairperson, I humbly request that I be given an opportunity to put the responses together, and I will share that information with members before the end of business today.
Okay. Can I then rotate and hear what the members are saying on those responses? The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome the report as given by Mr. Kekana on the steps that the Speaker has taken to give effect to the committee's request directive that the matter against Mr. Paul O'Sullivan be pursued. You remember that we had said, even after he had appeared and apologized, that there are two separate incidences that we are dealing with here, and the fact that he did commit an offense by threatening witnesses and walking out of Parliament means that there's common cause on the offense. So we welcome that report. I think Mr. Romano's request is fair, Chair, given the fact that he had no advance warning for this meeting. I mean, there are a number of issues that, as the African National Congress, we had asked that institutions are followed up with, including SAPS on General Mkhwanazi. So as and when that report is then presented, we will engage it at that time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, the MKP.
Yeah, no, Chair, ours is a clarity. We were hoping that maybe we'll get an update. We made an observation as the MK party on the referral that was submitted by Honorable Adams to ITEC. We therefore, we thereafter requested the legal team, our technical team, to assist us with requesting for a referral and some documents from ITEC. The last update we got, I think we got it last year, was an update which I think it said that the ITEC is refusing. They are saying they can't give us that information. We then said to the senior council, in terms of which law, because it's not classified, so they must ask them to cite laws which are relevant to that aspect, so that we will use our powers to summon that information. So I don't know whether that matter died a natural death or they are still pursuing it. If we can get an update, Chair. Thank you.
The matter of IDEC, the IDEC head, Advocate Johnson had made a commitment that we will get that information. I think it's a matter which we just have to follow up, Bonani and Dejana. How far is IDEC with the response? Because she made a commitment before us that we will get that information. Mr. Dejana or Mr. Rahman?
Chair, we will follow up with them today.
Okay. Honorable Nomaan.
No, it's fine, Chair. You can pass to Honorable Kosana.
Honorable Kosana. The DA. Chair.
Hello. I've got a problem of my network is giving me trouble. I just wanted to find out. I did not hear you there. For the executive. And I think the third pillar, Chair, that's where we're in terms of the inquiry. Do you hear me, Chair?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes, I've missed that, Chair. You called my name, but I've missed the conversation somewhere.
Okay, no, Honorable Nomvalo has spoken on the matter. Can we move to the DA?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. As a Democratic Alliance, I think we do welcome the report and we'll await the report before we comment. And we also thank Mr. Romano for his commitment to get the further clarification on the other reports. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't understand exactly at what stage is the issue of Paul O'Sullivan and the Speaker. Chair, do you still need to sign a letter or something before the Speaker goes and open the case? I missed it. I'm just getting clarity. Because it's a whole week now, and if we made a decision last week. So if I can just get clarity, I missed it.
The matter has been clarified. I mean, Mr. Tekana has spoken to that matter.
Yeah, I understand, Chair. I didn't hear clearly whether he said, oh, sorry, Chair.
The matters are with the parliamentary legal team with gathering affidavits and everything necessary.
Oh, okay. How long does it take to gather affidavits and evidence? Because we've been stringed along for a very, very long time on these things. I mean, we were able to open a case. We did an affidavit. I don't know. So maybe, I mean, there's quite a huge legal office that we have. So can we get some indication on how long it's going to take to get affidavits and download videos? Because we also need to put deadlines on what we need to achieve as well, Chair. Can we be guided on that? And we do welcome the Speaker's decision to proceed with it, but we just like to have a date.
Mr. Techan.
No, Chair, as I said, we received this at +3 on Friday. And of course, I made a commitment to this meeting that from our side we'll finalize the affidavits today. And of course, you know the process, because at the end of the day, as per our rules, it's the secretary who must effect these things, not Andile Tejana himself.
Okay. And then what's this, through you, Chair, what is the Secretary saying? When is he going to be available to do it? Because we're going to come back again, Chair, next week, and we're going to hear stories, or there'll be something that the Secretary was not available, and this is kind of what we've been dealing with. So it's unfortunate that we have to address this in the meeting, and our confidence levels is not as it should be in the processes. Because even last week, we were informed that the Secretary needs to do it. And I understand due diligence, but due diligence must not be used to deflect from us doing our work efficiently and effectively. So has the Secretary of Parliament been engaged that this is something that he needs to do? Because next minute we're going to hear that he needs to write a report or there's something. So if we can get clarity on that, please. Thank you.
The speaker does not deal with us directly. So what happened is the speaker wrote to the secretary. So the secretary is briefed on this. And of course, that was sent to us for purposes of assisting. Otherwise, we received the correspondence from the secretary's office. Thanks, Chairperson.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question on when the secretary is going to be available to go and open the case.
I can't speak for the secretary, Chairperson.
So, Chair, have you engaged the Secretary of Parliament to check, or whose responsibility is it to find out when the Secretary is going to be available? And I'm very sorry, Chair, to ask this, but we've been taken for a ride for a long time. That case of the intimidation of Paul O'Sullivan, it's months later, nothing has happened because we've just let matters just go. So I'm very, very sorry, Chair, that I have to ask these questions.
Yeah, no, the opening of cases does not fall within the mandate of the chair of the committee. Our work is to investigate the matters that are in our terms of reference. But matters that have to do with the administration of Parliament, I can't be answerable to those.
Oh, okay, I understand, Chair. Okay, so as a committee, where do we go to and who would be responsible to tell us if the Secretary of Parliament, because I can't go to him directly, so can we be guided on what step, who needs to be engaged for us to be told that the Secretary of Parliament has committed that he will go, because now the legal team has said they're going to conclude today. So we need to know, and someone needs to tell us that the Secretary of Parliament has availed himself on this day to go and open the case, or however it's going to happen. It can't be that we all just say we don't know and it's someone else's responsibility. Does anybody know what must happen?
Mr. Tejan.
Yeah, I can only commit insofar as the work that relates to our office. I can't, Chairperson, speak for the secretary. That's unfair, Chair.
But we're not asking you to speak for the secretary. We're asking for the process.
Let's not do that, Honorable Mathis, because
sorry, Chair.
This matter, they have given us a report that the legal team is working on the matter which we have referred to them. So this is not a matter we're investigating. This is a decision we have made as a committee. And we have passed it on to the office of the Speaker. And the office of the Speaker delegated the relevant section in Parliament. So we will wait for the report on whether the case has been opened or if it has not been opened. What are the reasons and what is the recourse that the office of the Speaker has? And let's allow the office of the Speaker to lead the institution and prevail over the sections that it is leading to implement the mandate that it has directed to the relevant sections.
Okay. Chair, I'm very sorry if it came across that I was trying to prevail over the Speaker, and it definitely was not my intention, and we would never want to do that and undermine her authority. What I was asking was just for clarity on the processes and when we will get a report and who is responsible for doing that. And so if for that to be viewed as not allowing the speaker to be able to do a work, I really am sorry that it came out that way. We'd never want to do that. And I apologize that as the EFF, we are just asking for clarity on and being able to understand a process and being able to get some sort of indication when something has been done, because we are in a situation where something happened last year and it wasn't acted on. And we're just asking for there to be some sort of indication on time, not a report will be given, etc. So I'm very sorry that you view it as us trying to prevail over the speaker and her responsibilities. Chair, just to move on to something else, you didn't address the matter of the resources that we need for our committee, especially now as we're going into deliberations and we need to produce the highest level of report. You know that we've been raising this about the resources of this committee for a very, very long time, Chair. So if you can just indicate on how or what it is that we're going to produce. There's no way that we're not going to need forensic investigators and probably more than one now to finalize. I mean, I know as the EFF, we've got like over 400, 500 that we've submitted of things that needs to be followed up that is going to assist us in our determinations. So if you can just guide on that. I mean, it can't be that the People's Parliament that is responsible for the public money cannot make money available for the public good and what it is that we are investigating. So we just appreciate, we've been asking about this and it's been going over the rug for a while. So if you could guide us on when you'll be able to tell us.
The Office of the Speaker has responded to that matter with a letter which was made available before this committee.
Yeah, she said there was some internal thing, but I'd raised a matter now that we should re-engage her because that's not a sufficient resource and it was also not within our terms of reference as well. That it was supposed to be, we actually said an external forensic investigator. So would we consider re-engaging her on the matter, Chair?
Yes. If we have to make a follow-up with the Office of the Speaker, the committee must tell us what are the things that they need those services for, so that we are able to motivate and make submissions on the motivations that we should advance. Let's go and retrieve that letter that the Office of the Speaker has sent to us and make motivations on why we think something different has to be done.
Okay, we'll do exactly that. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And on the issue of Mr. Romano requesting time to give a report, that's no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I've raised my hand.
Chair.
Hello.
Nomvalo here.
Hello. Yes, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, I think what you have done with Andile to Honorable Mates is condescending and it's unfortunate. To give a response that we must give the Speaker a chance to do her work as though we're not alive to the responsibilities of the Speaker and our responsibilities as the committee is wrong, Chair, because all she was asking is the time frame, is a commitment on the time frames, and she is raising a valid frustration that since last year nothing has happened. If the Speaker knows her responsibilities, we've allowed her since last year when Kabinde appeared before the committee to execute her responsibilities as you advise. But until today, Nkabinde was threatened in a committee and there has been no reaction from Parliament. So he is vulnerable. He has not been assisted by an institution to which he appeared to come and assist. with information. So the response, Chair, was so unfortunate that we have given to Honorable Matthews. Is condescending, and it should not be encouraged, because we must be given time frames. And for Andile to say it's unfair when we ask those questions to him, because we have no direct access to the speaker. We communicate with the speaker through them. So he can't be a crybaby here and say, no, it's unfair, I can't answer those questions. Then that means we're helpless. It means we have no communication with the speaker, because people who are communicating with her on our behalf are crybabies when they're supposed to give us answers. I was rising on that note, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, who
Chair,
else?
I've raised my
Who
hand
else?
for a long time. For a
Honorable
very long time.
Scott.
Yeah, but anyway, I'll just contextualize quick, because the Honorable Nomaan said it all as well, and Matthews. But I wanted to say, Chair, as well, that it's not fair. You know, I mean, it's March now. This matter happened last year, and for us to say the Speaker's office that and that, this committee is coming to an end. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, to open a case, Chair, is so easy. I'm opening 2 cases now in the next two hours once we finish here. You know, and I'm going to be done. You don't need a PhD degree to open a case. You know, it's not fair. And I think Honorable Matthews as well, he was correct to say we are not proactive here. We need to follow up things. We don't have a direct access to the speaker. Yes, I understand that. But indeed, if they fail to execute their duties, we must raise this thing up here, because we are members of this committee. We can't raise this thing outside this committee, Chair. So indeed, they've let us down again. We are scoring our own goals. We need that case to be opened. We cannot allow in this country for someone to threaten somebody, you know, and why is it appearing before us and we do nothing about it? We say, no, there's a process, they are still busy. Busy opening a case. No, Chair, we have to be protected by you as a Chair as well. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, Mr. Tejana has presented a report here that the Office of the Speaker has handed the matters as referred to it by the committee. And the office, the parliamentary legal team is gathering affidavits and sufficient evidence to open a case. And you say that you want to know how long will that take. And then Mr. Tejana had us that members want to know how long will that take. And a report will come that it will take us a week, it will take us a month, it will take us a year. And then it's up to the committee members to accept or reject the report.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chair. And perhaps maybe I must reiterate, the point that we had made as the African National Congress, that we welcome that report with regards to the actions that the Speaker has taken. Parliament is a creature of statute. There are particular processes that need to be followed, and we appreciate the fact that those processes are being followed. What we also want to emphasize is that we appreciate once again that the Speaker has not undermined the decision of the committee. She's in the process of implementing it. If the process can be accelerated, all well and good, but we need to make sure that all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed. So I think we should let that process run. What I was standing on, Chairperson, is the issue of the forensic investigator. I want to propose that maybe the workshop that Honorable Matthews had suggested is concluded before we take a decision for a forensic investigator, because my understanding is that this committee has never agreed on the appointment of a forensic investigator. The matter was discussed at length. There was no resolution. So I'm not sure what the chairperson means when he says he'll follow up on that request. And this was primarily because of the issues that a number of colleagues have raised in the discussion, where we said we need to have clarity and discuss and agree in terms of the mandate of Parliament and the mandate of the executive. Now, where we need to refer matters for further investigation, I think that falls within the scope and mandate in terms of reference of this committee, not that Parliament is going out now to investigate whether it is alleged crimes on its own. I do not believe that falls under the jurisdiction of Parliament, and this I'm saying in support of what you also spoke about, Chair, the doctrine of separation of powers. We are not an investigating body, we're an oversight body. Where matters must be referred for investigation, we will do so, and we will keep a hawk's eye on those investigations to ensure that they are concluded. I don't want this committee chair, and this is my own personal submission, to be now turning into a Paul O'Sullivan itself, where it's going around investigating matters that do not fall within its mandate. I just wanted to raise that point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable member, we have a letter from the office of the Speaker that responded to issues of forensic services. And that's why I say that if members are not happy with the response that the office of the Speaker has given on that aspect, members must advance motivations. And maybe what I can agree with you on is once the principles underpinning the report have been presented, and when all of us understand exactly what kind of a report we desire to produce, such decisions can be made on the essence of forensic services. Where are they consonant? Seeking such services, is it consonant with the principles that underpin the report that we are going to write to the National Assembly? There was one member who was calling for my attention.
Yes, Chairperson. Chair.
Honorable Sals.
No, Mbalo, Chair.
Honorable Nomaan.
Yes. No, Chair, I wanted to, because I thought we were going to engage this thing, but Honorable Sangoni is reigniting it. It was raised by Andile. I wanted to tell him to go to section 227 of the Constitution. Look, no one has said here this committee can recommend an arrest. I don't think there's anybody, since I've listened to speakers who have said that. But what we said here, we do have powers in terms of section 227 to investigate. But what we can't do is to make a conclusive recommendation on criminal issues, because when you have identified a criminal activity, you make that finding and make a recommendation for further investigation. And a criminal activity can only be investigated by the police in terms of section 205 of the Constitution. We know that very well. But what we are saying here is that we must not act under an impression that we don't have powers at all to do an investigation. What we can do is to make an investigation, get findings, and recommend to relevant institutions under which those recommendations fall. I just wanted to explain again what we meant, Chairperson, so that we're not understood out of context.
No, I agree with that. We said that the time will come when those imperatives will be presented before the committee. And then members will understand what are the principles that guide the report. And Honorable Sols has further said that we need to be emphatic and use words like Parliament instructs, Parliament mandates, Parliament directs. So all those will come, honorable members. Can we move to the next item?
Chair, my hand's up. It's Leanne.
Your hand is up. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I should take this opportunity just to clarify what Honorable Sangoni has said. The services of forensic investigators is in our terms of reference that was adopted a long time ago. The reason for being resourced was for us to be able to access information that is going to assist us to be able to make a sound report. It was not in the light of us being forensic investigators, as Paul O'Sullivan was. So the request for that had nothing to do with us wanting to do criminal investigations, etc. So I think that just needs to be clarified. Number one, that it is in our terms of reference, that the committee be resourced so it's able to make a sound report, that we are able to do so timely. We are now at the end of this matter. We do appreciate, Chair, that you have indicated that we can make a submission if that is necessary, that we respond to the letter that the Speaker wrote in terms of the services of a forensic investigator. But it must be noted that it is in our terms of reference, along with also the fact that we were supposed to have psychological support available, which we didn't have the other day when Sarah Jane Trent was appearing before us. And that was also not made available to this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we move to the matter of the IGI? I believe now members would have read the report that the IGI has made an application to the Office of the President and the Minister to be allowed permission to appear before the committee, and that the copies of the applications have been forwarded to the committee members for their perusal. And it appears that the relevant minister has not approved the IGI to appear before the committee. Can I hear the inputs of members on the matter who are rotating? We are starting with the African National Congress.
Chairperson, thank you. And unfortunately, we have not been able to give full attention to the correspondence as we're in this meeting. One of the annexures is about 17 pages. So we would probably revise our position once we've given thorough attention to those. Safe to say, Chair, that maybe we misunderstood the advice that was given to us by the evidence leader the last time the matter of the IGI had been discussed. We were under the impression that either permission had been sought or there was a legal workaround that would allow the IGI to present himself before the committee. Since it seems that that is not the case, especially since it seems like there has been outright rejection, I think, by one of the ministers to the IGI, then I suppose the legal position stands as per the Legal Services Act, which speaks to how and when the IGI may disclose classified information. But having said that, Chair, we think it's important to understand the reasons why such permission is not being granted. And perhaps it may not suffice just to say that it is intelligence information. I think we are left confused. We also don't know what happened to the discussions that the chair was having with the chairperson of the JSCI. Because when this matter was initially closed, before it was brought back last week, I think an undertaking had been made, I think by the chairperson of the JSCI, that the message, the issues that needed to be canvassed with the IGI had been done in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and would form part of their report dealing with the same issues that we are dealing with of the allegations brought about by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. So I'm not sure why the confusion was created, Chair, because this matter had been discussed and it was closed, then it was subsequently brought back. So if perhaps the the evidence leader is able to give us a sense of where this telephone had broken down, that made us think that the IGI could now appear before us. And as I said, the reasons then being set out, if they are contained in the correspondence, Chair, I do apologize. We've not had an opportunity to fully canvass the responses that have been given. Thank you, Chair. You are muted, Chair.
Yes, can we have the evidence leader coming back to clarify those matters?
Thank you, Chair. The reasons, some of the reasons that had been advanced and the questions posed to or from the IGI are contained in the letter from the JCI committee chair. That letter is annexed to the IGI's letter of this morning. It's in that correspondence. The Minister of Police had responded to the IGI and indicated that he wishes to take legal advice on the matter, and it doesn't appear that he has yet obtained that legal advice. There's an act of Parliament, of course, which regulates the matter, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and as articulated in the letter from the IGI, he is required to it's section 7(8) of the Oversight Act, and there are a number of requirements, some hurdles that he has to overcome before 7(8)D. He has to give written notice of his intention to give this evidence. He has to consult with the President and the Minister. He also has to overcome any restrictions that may be placed on him by his office and the information that he wishes to disclose. So it is a procedure that's prescribed by a statute of Parliament, and the IGI has given notice of intention that he wishes to testify, and he is requested to consult with the President and the Minister, and that hasn't been concluded yet. So unless these legal statutory obstacles are dealt with and overcome, I suppose the law does not provide for him to appear before the committee. Off the record, I've attempted to speak to the powers that be about perhaps him testifying in camera, perhaps ensuring that his evidence is as it were ring fenced to those issues only that relates to the ad hoc committee's terms of reference. But of course, it's difficult to get a cast iron agreement on these matters, and of course, I'm in no position to bind the honourable committee in terms of what it can ask, which questions it may ask, and that makes it a bit more difficult. So there have been attempts to try and deal with this on a practical level. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm helping to answer some questions of Honourable Sangoni. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. What she's further saying is that if you look at the letter which we got from the JSCI, it made reference to the point that the Speaker has directed the JSCI as the relevant committee that deals matters to investigate those matters that would have been raised.
Yes, Chair, if I may speak. Chair?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's not as if there's not going to be any oversight in relation to matters in the IGI's report, which relates to the terms of reference, and in particular to the generals. As far as I know, and I don't think this is a secret, there has been appearances before the Intelligence Committee at Parliament. There have been attempts to account for what's in the IGI report to the committee, and I think they've called on the IGI and the generals to appear before them. And since it is also a committee of Parliament, I suppose there has been some accountability there. In accordance with the law.
Advocate.
Sorry, Honourable Chair, I'm done for the time being.
What is the proposal that you rotate before this committee, which it must consider?
It seems to me that the consultation process, which has been initiated by the IGI, and those letters are with you now, with the President and the relevant minister, needs to be concluded at least. So until such time, it seems to me that it would also not assist to, for example, subpoena the IGI to appear, because when in law he knows that he can appear before you, but then he'll raise his hand and say, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, but you can inquire only to some extent, what's your name, etc., but nothing in substance can he testify to until he has cleared these legal obstacles. And if it may, I'm not sure now, Honourable Chair, whether I mentioned this, but some of the issues that have arisen in the IGI's report, the purchase of properties, and so on, the lack of clearance, security clearance, vetting, the appointment by General Khumalo of Madondo. We intend to raise that when General Masemola comes to give his evidence. We consulted with him on Saturday about some of those matters because they appear in these reports that have you would have seen have already been leaked to the media. And he's quite comfortable.
I hear you. What I'm saying is that on this matter of the IGI, the chairperson of the committee wants to rotate the matter for discussion. What is the proposal that you are making before the meeting?
Well, it's not so much a proposal. I think it's just a matter that the IGI is not going to not going to appear before us because of legal obstacles this week or next. We don't know. We can't predict when the consultation process will be concluded as required by the Act. So it seems to me that he has to be excused from appearing before this honourable committee.
Okay. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. When we adopted the terms of reference, I think that we discussed this matter at length in terms of how we deal with the intelligence services. And I have always understood that the committee would be working within the legal framework that governs intelligence services. And if that framework at this point in time speaks to the fact that firstly, he should seek permission, and the permission does not seem to be forthcoming. And secondly, that there are specific committees or a specific committee that has been set up to not only deal with intelligence matters as a matter of course, but also in line with the allegations that had been raised by General Mkhwanazi. We are of the view that we should allow that committee to conclude its work. There are members of this committee who also serve in the JSCI, so I doubt that the JSCI is incompetent to deal with the matter, and obviously with a view of the happenings in the ad hoc committee, it is our belief that those matters will be canvassed there. We are also worried, Chair, about what could possibly be forum shopping by the IGI. I think we all know that the IGI has been suspended. Rumors are something that it has to do with that particular report, which remains classified at this point. So as the ANC, we would support a notion that says that you continue to engage with the chair of the JSCI to ensure that these matters are ventilated there and their report speaks to them. And up until such time there is any permission given to them to come to the ad hoc committee, the JSCI is fully competent to deal with those matters, Chair. We would not want to be pushing, for any reinterpretation or, circumventing of the law in this regard. Thank you very much.
The MKP. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Damien, you go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go, Glynis.
Damien, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yes, Chairperson. I think first prize would have really been to have the IGI come and report before us, but we have to work within the frame that is set out. And if the legalities prevent him from doing so at the moment, then so be it. And if the circumstances changes, I hope that the IGI will be able to come and report before the committee. And up until then, the JSCI will handle it competently. I'm very, very sure. Thank you very much, Chair. That's all from myself.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. We've put something in the ad hoc group. It's just a preliminary advice that we received on this matter, that the Constitution, Section 56.2 of the Constitution requires the National Assembly to maintain oversight over and exercise national authority and any organ of state. So this means that committees may summons any person to appear before it, and the power is reinforced by Section 56 of the Constitution, and that says that Parliament may summons any person to appear to require documents and require answers under oath. So these powers, Chair, they can't be subordinate to any acts or other regulations, because it could be something that they might actually be unconstitutional. So the EFF is happy to give its submission to the committee in this regard. That if these acts and these regulations are preventing the former IGI to appear, and the Constitution says otherwise, then they might actually not be constitutional. But obviously, those are not calls that we can make as a committee. But as the EFF, we will submit or give our submission, and we will encourage other parties also to do the same thing, that we don't limit ourselves to acts or regulations that may very well be unconstitutional. And it wouldn't be the first time that acts and regulations have been deemed unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court. Having said that, we don't doubt the capacity of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. The concern here would be that while the IGI might have appeared before that committee, we are going to be making findings and recommendations without having additional information that is available to us. So we were going to need some guidance on what if we do a finding or we do a recommendation in the absence of this report, and then it's actually contrary to what has been submitted or presented to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. So that's a reality of this matter as well. Our terms of reference, Chair, also allows us to do an in-camera or take the IGI in camera, though it wouldn't be something that would be our first go-to, because the entire nation is interested in this process, and I think they should be or be able to have the opportunity to see what is also going on behind the scenes. Also, we must also just consider, Chair, and maybe our legal team can look into it, what recourse do we have as Parliament if both the President Ramaphosa and the Minister is either refusing to consult with the IGI, or they are dragging their feet, especially given our looming deadline on us having to conclude this process. So one of the options is that we engage both the President directly, President Ramaphosa directly, and also the Minister directly, rather than going through the former IGI to ask them what's the hold up. I think also we should pay attention to the word on consult rather than the word grant permission. And I think those are two different requirements that the IGI requires. So that's something that we should also consider when we make our decision here. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
60,000. Hello.
Honorable Malema.
Honorable Malema, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair and colleagues. Can I just make a small contribution?
You are allowed to.
I don't think this is a genuine reason why the IGI is not allowed to attend. Firstly, we are investigating, amongst other things, the interference of a minister into
issues of the police and so on and so forth. And which means we are investigating the interference of the executive into some of these issues. Now, when you say the AGI must get a permission from a minister, that will mean Minister Mkhumbuzo Nchabeni. And she's implicated in those properties that we're talking about. And she must give a person a permission to go and talk about how she might be or not be implicated. Because the minister is conflicted, as it were, and therefore not in any position to give a person who might give evidence that demonstrate that actually one of the properties that were purchased wrongly has got a link with the minister. A minister who must give him a permission to come and appear before us. So we cannot allow that. And then the same thing with the president. The president who suspended, who put on special leave a minister who's accused of interfering in the operations of the police instead of firing him. The president might as well be implicated because we were investigating to what extent has the executive interferes with the operations of the criminal justice system. And therefore, we are not called an ad hoc committee for no reason. And it's not like a police committee calling a IG who can actually appear before the committee on intelligence. It's not a normal operation. And therefore, we cannot want to behave like we are a special committee which has got a lifespan and which has to deal with more complex matters. We had a head of crime intelligence appearing before us. There was none whatsoever that was asked which compromised the integrity of the crime intelligence. Nothing. But he was asked questions. He was not asked a name and a surname as suggested by evidence leader. Was not asked that. He was asked serious questions, but they did not interfere with top secret or anything of that nature. Corruption can never be a top secret. Corruption. You cannot classify corruption as top secret. We are investigating corrupt manner in which our institutions have been collapsed. And that has got nothing to do with top secret. Top secret will mean an authorized project that has followed the necessary requirement, and therefore, if spoken to, has got the potential to undermine the integrity of such an investigation or even the institution. There are issues, some of which are in public. The journalists can scrutinize those issues without being arrested, without being told they are undermining an intelligence act. But we can't. The ones that must hold the executive account. Therefore, I find that reason nonsensical and unacceptable. It's not you are covering up corruption. That's what you are doing. And you are using intelligence to cover up corruption. Corruption. That's what you are doing. There's nothing that stops us from calling the IGI to come to us and ask him any question. As a professional, as a qualified person who heads that institution, it is well within his right to say, I cannot venture into those other matters because they are of top secret or whatever the reason might be. But you are not going to answer for him. We are not going to answer for him. So we have to find a way to bring a willing IGI to come before this committee. His willingness is a demonstration that he's got something to share with us, which might not be. He knows what is top secret. He knows it better than me and you. He knows which areas never to canvass in public. And therefore, Chair, our proposal is that whatever happens, let the IGI come and then let's discuss issues and let the IGI tell us we cannot go into that space. But the South African public must know that we left no stone unturned. Thanks, Chair.
It seems like the chair got disconnected.
Okay, members, can we get the view of the IFP? Well, so we're still trying to locate the chair.
Please don't forget to come back. We are having network problems as well. Thank you, Chair.
That's noted on us. Honorable Mwango. Members, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Acting Chair.
We can hear you, Honorable Nomaan.
Okay, Chair, we are back. We are calling for Honorable Mwango as the next speaker.
Yes, I got kicked out. My gadget would have heated. We've been in the meeting for over 5 hours now. Honorable Mwango. Honorable Sals.
Chair, I'm a bit confused, and legal can advise. Firstly, my understanding is that the IGI is independent. So, as such, that independence means that he's not supposed to get permission. My understanding is correct. And my limited understanding of the powers that we've been given by the Constitution to call anybody, and this includes the IGI. So the Constitution gives us this right to call anybody. There's no restrictions. Would the Constitution then allow that the provision to call anybody is limited by the IGI having to receive permission. Because that would mean the constitutional powers given to us is now limited and depends on the conclusion of consultation that he had to start in terms of Section 78B of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. So this is a bit confusing to me. Maybe what the evidence leader should do for us is advise us on using case law. What is the difference between the use of the word after consultation with and in consultation with? Because the way the SC is interpreting the section, he is saying, in my understanding, that because of Section 78B, the committee must first wait for the consultation process required by the section, that IGI must start, and he must consult and engage, and then only if that process is concluded, then the decision can be whether he can come before us or not. Is that what the Act is saying? And in order for us to know if that is what the Act is saying, the SC must advise us using case law. What did the courts decide on the interpretation of the words after consultation and in consultation? Because Section 7 says after consultation, which means preserving the independence of the IGI, he must initiate consultation and he must discuss, but he's not required to await agreement or concurrence or permission before he acts. It is discussion. That's after consultation, and that's what the Act is using. The Act is using after consultation. If it was in consultation, then this now gives veto powers to the other person, that there must be agreement, there must be permission given. But because I'm just a layman, Chair, but I'm committed to ensure that we preserve the integrity of the committee and we emphasize procedure and we implement it correctly. This is why I'm putting this to the committee, not because I know, it's just my reading of the provisions. So my dependency is on the SC to tell us, how does case law, how did the courts define the use of the words after consultation and in consultation? When we have this understanding based on case law, then I think it would make it easier for us to then interpret what Section 78B of the Oversight Act is actually saying, read with the provisions of the Constitution that empowers us to call anybody. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I agree with previous members that spoke on the fact that we should not be restricted in our constitutional duty, and that the limitations that the Intelligence Oversight Act imposes should not restrict oversight by Parliament. And obviously, as it has been put quite eloquently by the Honourable Malema, crime may never be classified, and we can't allow that. But Chair, as the Honourable Souls also spoke on the interpretation of after consultation and so forth, I think the important part is that what the IGI is telling us is that consultation has not taken place yet. And that is why he can't appear in front of the committee. And a previous member, I can't remember who it was, said that there should maybe be engagement on that issue. And I want to support that. I think, Chair, if yourself, on behalf of the committee, should maybe write to the presidency on this issue to ask for the indulgence of the president so that consultation do take place and that there is no that this impediment is solved with regards to the appearance of the IG. And I think that is a constructive way forward because the Act does require the IG to consult, and that consultation has not taken place. And the consultation with the president has not taken place. And let's try to assist so that we do get resolution on that and then take it further. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James. Advocate Aaron, sir.
Yes, Honourable Chair.
You have the inputs of the members. What is your advice on the matter?
I don't know why Honourable Souls needs a legal opinion. He's quite correct in his analysis of what the difference is between in consultation with and after consultation with. After consultation, which is the words used in the Act, requires the Inspector General to advise the President and the relevant minister, whom he has interpreted to mean the Minister of Police, because the subject matter of his report relates to SAPS, that he informs them that I hereby wish to consult with you about this. It obviously involves some kind of a two-way process, but it doesn't require agreement or concurrence from the President and or the relevant minister. And at the end of the day, having conferred with them, he retains the discretion whether or not to give evidence, like in this case, and provided, of course, all the other hurdles are overcome, that it doesn't concern restricted or confidential information that may compromise state or government secrets, etc. So that would be the answer to what those two words mean, Honourable Chair.
The Chair.
Hello.
Chairperson, may I?
Honourable Souls.
Yes, Chair. So if that's the understanding, then that would mean that nothing stops the committee from having the IGI appear. Because it means that the law now protects our powers to ensure that no one from the executive can stop us from exercising our powers by withholding a response to consultation that's required by Section 7. Because his appearing before us is not dependent on the outcome of consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, sorry, I know there's
with that explanation that you have made, senior counsel, what does it mean to the letters that have been presented before us? What do they mean?
Chair.
Sorry, Chair. May I just, before I answer that question, just a previous point made, I think, by Honourable Matthys. Yes, the Constitution does provide that Parliament exercises oversight, but Parliament has also devised a whole legal architecture which does require or which does provide for that oversight. And the argument will be or might be that oversight is done through the Intelligence Committee and the Joint Committee on Intelligence. And that informs the approach which is apparent from the letter written by the chair of the Joint Intelligence Committee to the IGI, that he is accountable to that committee. So it's not a straightforward answer. Ideally, if that consultation, even if the IGI after the consultation decides, no, I'm still going to appear, it would have been helpful if that could take place between the president or the presidency and the minister of police, because so that he can also inform them of what evidence he intends to give to the committee, and just on a practical level, that has not yet taken place. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I hear your explanation. I'm saying that there are letters that have been put before us here from the IG, from the former IGI or the suspended IGI.
Well, sorry, Chair, the letters, the one from the Minister of Police says that he has sought legal advice, and as we speak, we don't know whether that advice has been given to him or not. He says in his letter that the request by the IGI for the reports given to him are not unreasonable. So that advice must still be given to the Minister of Police. As far as the as far as the letter from the chair of the Joint Committee on Intelligence is concerned, they are opposed to him appearing before the ad hoc committee, it seems, from their letter. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but what is the proposal that is being put before the committee regarding the matter? How does the committee move forward on this matter?
I think maybe as soon as possible, still today, I think we should write we should respond to these letters, and indicate, because it seems to be pretty clear from the majority of committee members that they want the IGI to appear. So it may not, it will obviously not going to be tomorrow as he was originally scheduled, but will have to be.
Who do we write to?
To the various entities that have written to us, the copies that are attached to the IGI's letter to us.
Okay.
We have to inquire from the Minister of Police. This opinion that you said you're obtaining, can we please have a copy, or when can we get a copy? Because that opinion may well concur with the IGI's view that he be allowed to give evidence. And that will help. Thank you.
Let me hear from the members, what do they make of your proposal that we must write to the respective institutions and hear whether they are playing an enabling role to assist the IGI to eventually appear before. Because indeed, there is national legislation that regulates the conditions of service of any office bearer. So the Constitution may say that Parliament can summon every person before it. But you'll find that there is also national legislation that says, like with intelligence officials, where they must first get approval before they appear. So we have to navigate that.
Oh, I tried it. Yeah.
Properly. Yes. ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me, from the onset, reiterate our... Chair, can you hear me? Chairperson, can you hear me? Honorable members, can you hear me? So
We can hear you. We can hear you, Honorable Sangwan.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to reiterate the position of the ANC, which is aligned to the position of all members in this committee, that we want the IGI to appear. We had thought that that was not going to happen, but given the fact that the evidence leader has brought this matter back, we support the appearing of the IGI. And yes, by whatever means necessary. But we do want to make the point, Chair, that the issue of a legal opinion perhaps is not such a bad idea, because our understanding is that while the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, that very same Constitution does indicate that parts of it, including the Bill of Rights, may be limited by a law of general application. And we would think that the Intelligence Services Act is enabling legislation, and it's also a law of general application, which in this case would limit the rights of Parliament to summons anybody, as what was canvassed in this meeting. Chairperson, if we are going to take this fight on, I think it's necessary, as I'm saying, that we just get a legal opinion. I do not think that there is a country in the world, even South Africa, that would want intelligence services to just be summoned to report or account on intelligent matters outside of a closed platform as the JSCI that we have created in South Africa. It would seem a serious absurdity to us, and also dereliction, if anybody could just call, the chief, the Inspectorate of Intelligence to report to Parliament. And this is notwithstanding the Intelligence Act, the Minimum Information Standards Act, and so forth. So we need to just ensure that we have looked at that matter closely. But Chair, on the issue of crime, we agree that crime can never be in classified information. The IGI, seated where he's sitting and as willing as he is to appear before Parliament, like anybody who's aware of a crime that has been committed, should be reporting crime. They must not be wanting to use Parliament when they have a responsibility and a legal obligation to report crime in terms of the law, where they know that a crime has been committed. We support an approach that says he can come to Parliament if he wants to speak about those acts of corruption. I mean, Pleka says he must report it anyway. If he wants to speak about those issues of corruption or any crime that has been committed, indeed, that can be classified information and he should be allowed to do that. And then, Chair, we also support writing to these institutions. But as I'm saying, I think our legal standing on this matter is quite weak. But we will go with the proposal to secure his presence by any means necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, are you still there? Okay, let's take MK.
Thank you, Chair. I've been raising my hand for a very, very long time. You, when the award and the acting chair recognized me, unfortunately, I've raised my hand. I'm back, but thank you, Chair. The issue for me now is that I want to concur with Honorable Malema on that. Indeed, we can't allow this bureaucracy that when the decision was made that the IGI will appear before us, did they let us in this? And this issue of them hiding behind, we were watching on the commission, the State Capture Commission. Things of the SSA were revealed there. We were told that the the ministers, I think Minister Mahlobo, there was allegation against him there. There was a person who works there. How was he allowed to give evidence if those evidence are so secretive? Now we are standing here, we had him on our program. Now all these technical things are coming up. What's this? Because we know about the laws in this country. We know all these things. We put this Inspector General to appear, the gentleman to appear before us. Now, what's the problem here? Now, we must seek legal advice. We must seek that. No, Chair. No, Chair. Unless our legal team is letting us down. Why we had him on our program if all these things were not picked up and they are only picked up now? No, they must appear, Chair. He must appear before us. This issue of going to the minister, I can tell you now. By the time he goes and gets that legal advice, next week on Wednesday will be done. And I concur 100% and I think Honorable, the network is still troubling me here. Witnesses like we had the other one, they wanted, how long? 2 weeks. We knew that the Inspector General must appear before us. Then now we pick this thing up to say, no, you can't. You must get an approval elsewhere again. Okay.
Are you done, Honorable Skoza?
Yes, I'm done, Chair.
Okay, the DA.
Yeah, Chair, can I come in as well?
Okay, you can
I
come
don't know.
on.
Yeah, I also had signal challenges. I don't know if I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. No, Chair, we look, I just wanted to echo because I just noticed that Honorable Kosana is experiencing some network challenges. Our position, Chair, is very firm on this and very clear. No special treatment must be given to anyone here. We must use the very same established practice that we have been using with other witnesses. We don't agree with this thing of writing because the very same people who are supporting the idea of writing are the very same people
who have been telling us about rushing this work, who were saying, let's finish this week. Now, when you say we must write to institutions and so on, when is that going to happen? Because we've got no time. An invitation that has been extended to other witnesses who have appeared before us must be extended. And if there is a sign of refusal, or if there's a refusal, then we summon, like we have done with other witnesses. Because we don't have luxury of time. So if we say, let's write, on the other hand, we are saying, let's finish on Friday. When are we writing? When are we getting a response from those institutions? And to what end? So, Chair, our view is that as of today, in fact, today, when we finish this meeting, the technical team must write a letter insisting to the IGI that he appears here before this committee. And then if they refuse, then we summon this week. If they refuse, we shouldn't postpone this thing further and say, no, we're writing and then we give them time, because we're not going to achieve anything with that. So that is our firm position, Chairperson, on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. The day.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from our side, I think, in all honesty, if he's denied attending the committee to come and speak, it would in effect hide criminality. So I think it's critical that he comes to speak. It's a critical voice in this whole inquiry that's important to hear. And I also think that we need to make it very clear, as we've done from the beginning with all the witnesses, that there is no executive person that can deny us access to this individual coming to speak to the committee. So I think it's critical for him to come to the committee. I also find it frustrating that now suddenly, as the Honourable Skosana said, there are all these issues. We've said from the beginning that we would like the IG to come and report to the committee. So I don't understand why the sudden list of frustrations to them or for him to come and appear. So I think it's critical that he does appear before the committee. We saw with the Zondo Commission report, or the majority of commissions, we very often see that it's indicated in the report afterwards that under the so-called secrecy, so much is left out, and in effect, it actually denies the relevant institutions the opportunity to fix or to action recommendations to fix some of the problems we've seen. So the IG needs to come to Parliament and he needs to report to the ad hoc committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I think it must be noted that our senior counsel had given us different advice in the beginning. He indicated that the IGI needed permission from both the minister and the senior counsel, and only now that we had brought some information regarding the constitution here and the acts, he's conceded that there needs to be a consultation, and it doesn't use the word permission. And I think this matter could have been long resolved if we had applied our minds, or our senior counsel had, given us that information in the beginning, and we would have approached this matter in a different way. We've clarified the issue. I mean, the Honourable Malema clarified the issue of intelligence not being used to cover up criminality, and which it seems might be happening because we now have a minister that wants to seek legal advice. We have a president that hasn't responded. So it appears that way, and we do hope that we can conclude and that the IGI does appear. All this technical work that is coming up now regarding the IGI is going to give us grounds to request an extension, and it would be unnecessary for us to do so. So I hope we can proceed and we can schedule the IGI within the time frame that we have now to complete our report. Thank you, Chair. And I don't know if Honorable Malema would like to add anything.
Honorable Malema.
I'm covered, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mwango. Honorable Sauls.
Honorable Chair, I can't speak on the actions of the parties involved. My only concern and input is on what I'm reading in the Constitution, the applicable sections, and the applicable act as explained to us by the SC. And based on my understanding of that reading, I am of the view that that section does not stop us from having the IGI appear before us, specifically because of the use of the word after consultation instead of in consultation. And the IGI has already started the process as required by the Act for consultation, and the delay by those with whom he must consult, the President, the Minister, or whoever, whatever the Act says, the delay should not be the element that now restricts us from having the IGI appear, because agreement or permission is not required for him to come. That is my understanding, my layman's understanding. Remember, it's not an academic understanding. And the SC has confirmed that to some extent. But of course, it would require confirmation. So I just want to state for the record, for our work to be transparent and open and committed to truth, the IGI should come, and nothing stops the IGI from coming. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, are you back? It's my I'm worried it's my time to travel to Cape Town now. Chair. Okay. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable James, are you there?
Acting Chair, Honorable James has network issues as well.
Oh, thank you very much, members. It's my time to travel to Cape Town. Can we request one of the members, or Musangoni, to proceed whilst we are still trying to check where the chair is? Is that
Can I suggest that we try and find
Honorable Nola, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, Chair. Okay, thank you very much. You can proceed. It's my time to travel to Cape Town.
Okay, who was the next speaker?
We were done, Chair. Honorable James was supposed to be the last one, but she has got network issues. So this item was rotated. It's finally.
Can I get the response of the evidence leaders?
Thank you, Chair. All I wanted to say was just in response to Honorable Matthys, I'd never ever said that the IGI could only testify before this committee. with the permission of the President and or the Minister. In the meeting previous to this, hopefully the minutes of the last meeting can confirm this. I did make reference to the Oversight Act and the requirements of Section 7.8D that Honourable Sauls had also referenced, and which talks about after consultation with. The Honourable members may also recall that we, at your direction or on your direction, had scheduled the IGI to testify already in November last year. And you'll see from one of his annexes to your letter today, Honourable Chair, that he, at that point already, he writes to the President and to the relevant minister to request to consult. But then his name, and certainly we never took him off the list of witnesses to testify. He was then not scheduled to testify again after that, and he then wrote to the President and the Minister to say, I'm no longer required to testify, and that then put an end to that until now, when he's been scheduled to testify. He has again written to the President and the Minister requesting to consult with them as required. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much, honourable members. The evidence leader is right. As early as last year, you would remember that the IGI was the one who wrote to us, referring us to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. And that letter was made available before the committee. And the committee even directed that we should go and meet with the chair of the JSCI, which we met no less than not once, but on several occasions, until they responded to us in a letter. Because I remember in the last meeting with them, we said, well, they must write a letter and explain to the committee what their position is, so that the chairperson of the ad hoc committee does not become their representative in committee meetings. Nevertheless, what I hear from the discussions on these items is that members are saying the IGI must appear before them. So what the legal team and our evidence leaders will go and do will follow the law that is in place to make sure that the IGI is appearing before us. They will get into contact with him if there is any explanation that has to be made. Let us not burden our evidence leaders and legal team with many explanations. The person who knows their conditions of service is the IGI, who is currently suspended. And he is the one who must respond to our call when we say he must appear before us. And the evidence leaders will discuss with him and decide which day will be possible for him to appear before us. Can we leave it at that? Okay, Wanani, the next item will be the minutes. You can display the first set of the minutes on the screen. And I'm going to request the members to be very quick with the manner in which we deal with this item, because I am also having to board to Cape Town. So you the title of the minutes will be the date. You just put the minutes on the screen and you title them by the date. And then, yeah.
The first meeting said it's 25 November 2025.
25 November.
Yeah. And
okay.
That's page 1, page 2, page 3, and page 4, which is the last page.
Okay. Any comment or correction on the minutes? Any mover for adoption?
I move.
I second.
Honorable Breitenbach moves. Honorable Sangone seconds. The minutes of the 25th of November are adopted. Next set.
The second one, Chair, is 27 November. Actually, it's 26 November, not 27. It's 26 November, Chair.
Yeah.
Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. And page 4, which is the last page.
Any comment or correction on the minutes of the 26th of November? Any mover?
I move.
Breitenbach moves. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Honorable Sangone seconds. The minutes of the 26th. Hello?
Yeah, okay, next one. Yeah, I was saying I was moving to the next one, which is 27 November.
7 November.
27 November, Chair, page 1.
27, yeah.
Page 2. Last page.
It's 2 pages.
No, the third page is the last one.
The last page is page 3. Any comment or correction on the minutes? Any mover for adoption?
I move.
Honorable Breitenbach moves. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Honorable Sangone seconds. Next set.
The next one, Chair, is the 14th of January. Page 1. 2. 3. 4, which is the last page.
You say 22nd or the 2nd?
No, I said the 14th of January.
The 14th of January 2026.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable members who are presenting the minutes for adoption, any seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. Seconded. Can we take the next set?
Chair, the next one is 15 January 2026.
15 January 2026.
Page 1.
Let's run through the pages.
Page 2.
Yes.
Page 3.
Yeah.
Page 4 is the last page.
Okay. Any comment or correction on the minutes? No, and the minutes have been circulated and we are now presenting them for adoption. Any seconder?
Second.
Thank you so much. The next set, Bonani.
Chair, we distributed 5 sets and that will be the last one.
The one that we have dealt with was the last set. No?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. All the 5 sets from the 22nd of November last year to the 15th of January this year. 22nd November, 26th November, 27 November, 14 January, 15 January have been adopted. That was the last item on the agenda. What time are we starting tomorrow, Bonani?
Chair, we will start at 10 at the Good Hope Chamber.
At the Good Hope Chambers.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's now 4 minutes to 3 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much, Honorable Members. Thank you so much, Bonani. Thank you so much, Andile, Dr. Tuli. Thank you so much, Advocate RX and your team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Long live the Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye, Chair. Thank you. Bye.
Chair?
Hello.
Chair. Chair, I was saying before you say we must go, you know, there's an email which was copied and was sent to the secretary there. I thought that the secretary would talk about it.
What is the email about?
Demning, Chair, that email which was sent from there. I think, okay, let's ask the secretary to put it on the group.
No, but we requested members to make inputs on the agenda when we started.
Yeah, but we didn't receive it as yet. Hence the secretary said it must be a sworn affidavit. So they've done that from prison, then they've sent it. I said they must email it to the secretary.
No, wait. In the morning when the meeting started, why was the item not suggested on the agenda?
Because it was not there, Chair.
Yeah, so it will come to the next meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
That is good. That is really good. This is all something I've never done before. Yeah, I feel this is professional rage bait. There are a few things that America can proudly state that they invented. Democracy, eyeglasses, shoes probably. But we can rest easy knowing that we gave birth to Friday Night Fish Fry. Inspired by the Christian kitchens of the Midwest, spreading all the way to the Christian kitchens of upstate New York and Pennsylvania, Friday Night Fish Fry is a battered fried fish with fries. Naysayers will say, it's just fish and chips, which is an English invention. To them I say, it's not chips, it's fries. And if served on a Friday night, you can't tell me that it's not Friday Night Fish Fry. Granted, it is Monday at 12:05 p.m., but I'm gonna show you how I make my ultimate Friday Night Fish Fry. But what I don't know is that I'm going to be watched and, dare I say, judged by 2 acclaimed British chefs, Jack Croft and Will Murray, of YouTube's own restaurant, Fallow. Not only are they real British chefs, but also I'm a huge fan of theirs, so this is going to be emotionally devastating.
All right, Babish, we've travelled a long way for this.
let's see what you got. It's judgment time.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. They've supported this channel for over 7 years. In fact, they were my first ever sponsor. Squarespace is the perfect platform to create your own site and accomplish your goals online. Whether you're building a digital empire or just want people to give you hilarious episode ideas, Squarespace has you covered. I'm having a lot of fun making food ranking videos, and my favorite part is seeing what you guys suggest. So I built a site where you can submit your episode ideas. Go to rankedwithbabish.com and submit yours, and coming soon, you can see all my ranked lists. Squarespace's brand new designer templates make it so easy to set up exactly what you need. To create one of your own, head to squarespace.com for a free trial and use code BABISH for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Friday night fish fry. Tell you what, you get a smack in the mouth if you said a Friday night fish fry in the East End.
I don't think I've ever had a good fish and chips in America.
He's trying to put us off on the back foot. Now it's up to him to prove that he can actually do this.
Now, fish and chips is normally comprised of 4 key elements: fish, chips, tartar sauce, and mushy peas. Sometimes, not always, which sounds delicious, but what are they? Mushy peas are specifically marrow-fat peas. These are extra mature. These are peas that read the New Yorker.
Really don't like mushy peas.
I'm not a massive fan either.
Normally, you'd soak this for 24 hours in water and baking soda, or bicarb, as our friends might refer to it. Then, once they're soaked, you cook them down. But my intrepid culinary producer, Rachel, discovered if you just throw these in a pot with water and simmer them for 2.5 to 3 hours, just as good. And then, given that these are called marrow-fat peas, I'm going to choose to see that as a dog whistle to use actual marrow fat.
Oh, nice. So it's a surf and turf.
Fun facts, and this is an especially appropriate episode to reveal this. I am famous for saying saucepan. It's one of my catchphrases, and people are like, why do you say that? Picture a British person saying saucepan.
Saucepan.
Does that sound good?
He lost me. I don't understand.
We have our 200 grams of marrow fat peas. Top that up with 500 something mil of water. Now, often mushy peas are just made with water. I'm just gonna use chicken stock instead, add some more flavor, and a teaspoon of this hot nonsense. Then, I've got my 3 little marrow bones here. I'm gonna roast these at 425 degrees Fahrenheit until they're starting to give up their fat and they got some nice browning. Meanwhile, this guy's going on the stove. I'm going to bring it up to a simmer, hold it there for about 2.5 hours. And as soon as the marrow is done roasting, I'm gonna scoop the fat in there to cook along with it.
The one thing I will say that you probably won't know is that most mushy peas in the UK go a horrible colour. You need to add a bit of green food colouring to actually make them look.
Yeah, and now the trend of using mushy peas is even going down and down. Most people are now doing like a crushed pea.
Oh, a crushed minted pea.
I thought that he was going to go down that angle.
As is so often said, it's time to talk taters. So for our fries and or chips, I'm gonna go with Yukon Gold potatoes. The Brits love their potatoes. They have all different kinds of fun, cool varieties, mostly named after women. Maris Piper, Desiree, Anya. There's another one, but I can't remember. And the closest equivalent we have to those potatoes is the Yukon Gold. It's definitely waxier than those potatoes, but it's gonna give me a much creamier chip with an extra crunchy surface. I'm gonna start by cutting these potatoes into pretty thick planks. They have no idea what I'm about to do. I'm about to blow their minds. Now, I'm sure you've heard of Michelin-starred chips. If you Google Michelin-starred chips, there's a million different recipes, but I bet you haven't heard of Michelin-star chips.
What on earth is he doing?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna punch out a Michelin star from each of my potato planks, and I'm gonna use a little Michelin star to hollow them out. So then we're left with boom, Michelin-starred chips. See that, fellas?
Oh my God.
He's on rogue.
What's great about this method is that it's wasteful and that it's very high labor. So let's keep going. I'm just gonna rinse and repeat until I have a whole bunch of soon to be Michelin and currently Michelin-starred chip. There's a double meaning. I don't know if you've gotten that yet, but there's actually a double meaning to this.
I'm also worried that doing it like that, he's going to way underdo the amount of chip to fish ratio you need.
You need a load of chips.
I would say like almost potentially triple the amount of chips.
So I suppose the problem thing for us, whenever we're making chips, we're always thinking about the breaking down of the potato. That he wants to hold these little sort of Michelin star chips in the right shape. So this is interesting.
The first of the 3 cooks is a boil. I'm gonna boil these guys for 15 to 20 minutes until they're almost falling apart. Then comes the first of 2 fries. I'm just using plain vegetable oil, into which I'm going to gently drop my potato pieces, where I'm gonna fry the chips for as long as I can, ideally up to 10 minutes, but 5 to 6 minutes will do. We don't want them turning brown, we just want them turning a very light blonde. The reason behind the double fry is that when you fry foods, they release a lot of moisture, and if you do a low and slow fry first, all that moisture is going to start evaporating, coming to the surface, making things soggy. Then you hit it again with a second fry, which not only finishes up the crisping, it evaporates all that liquid. So then you end up with nothing but crispy. So now we're gonna chill them until they're completely cooled before hitting the next fry. Now it just wouldn't be fish and chips without fish now, would it? So for the fish, I have these beautiful halibut loins. This is one of the thicker parts of the fillet. It's perfect for fish and chips because it's very mild flavor, it's very tender, it's very juicy, and the form factor is just right.
Halibut is a fantastic fish. It can be so delicate and beautiful, but I think only if you cook it to like 40, 42 degrees centigrade.
Yes.
And my worry would be halibut in a fish and chip.
The batter won't get crispy enough